Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in today as we get into Game 5 in my bonus Hawks Nest coverage here. We've got the Mariners in the postseason for only the 6th time in their long history. They are as far along as they have ever gotten, with as close of an opportunity as they've ever gotten to get to the World Series. Now, this has been a weird series at that. The Mariners go out into Toronto, out into a tough place to play, into another country. They take 2 wins, and they get those games fairly easily. You come back here to home with all of the momentum, the wind at your back, and Toronto now takes it to you in even easier fashion at your home. Does Seattle come back today with the first 2 games of the series? Do we get the last 2 games of the series, or are we going to get something a little bit in between? Well, I will be covering all the action today, pitch by pitch. I thank you guys for watching today. If you can for me, please just utilize this sponsor today because they are so kind as to give us the love as they have throughout this year. And that is, of course, Sleeper. Sleeper's #1 sports app running in the business right now. You can get it in all. Basketball coming on up. Football already full swing. Baseball playoffs. We're in the midst of it. Combo the 3 of them together. Put a little package together of picks. You've got a feeling about this guy, that guy. Do it right now. #1 app right now with some just great varied picks. Not as many little restrictive ones as some of these other sites as far as that goes. And right now, when you use my code, NEST, they will match up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. But wait, there's more. Because not only that, you can get just by creating a login, a free $20 entry, no deposit needed. Just go into the Sleeper site right now, hooking it up in that way. It's $120 from me to you, and you show some love to the channel at the same time. And as you can see, I've got my 3 picks up here for this one. I went a little bit smaller. Baseball's a little harder to predict than football, I think. You know, it's a little bit more randomized. We've got Cal Raleigh at more than 0.5 hits. We've got Gossman at more than 5.5 strikeouts. And I think that Miller will get more than 2.5 Ks in this particular game. Those are my selections. Please do utilize that code today, and terms and conditions do apply. See their site for details. Let's see what our team's got today here. Let's see what the answer may be. What might thy answer be? Robert Jimenez, Christopher Walken prediction for Game 5. Pain. Robert, pain. I don't know how. I don't know. Oh. But pain. Walken's being mysterious right now, Robert. My thoughts on the batting order lineup change. Julio being leading off. Cal Raleigh at #2. Polanco #3. Naylor #4. This would be Dan trying to pull what levers there are there to pull for a manager, and there are not always a lot of them. And so I can see he's looking at this lineup right now like I am through these first 2 games of the series, and they're saying, you're cool, you suck, you're cool, you're not doing anything, you're cool. And he's kind of putting the cool kids all together a little bit. And in doing that, trying to maximize the number of at-bats that he can get to those guys. And so I think I get where he's coming from. Julio, Cal, Polanco, Naylor, these guys have been consistent throughout this series. And it feels like even just once a game, they've all got something that they're going to chip into the process. And I think that conversely speaking, when I'm going down looking at Dominic Canzone right now, who only is over 100 right now because he got this seeing eye single that just barely eked its way out of second base yesterday. Otherwise, he'd be hitting like 50 in the postseason. First pitch here from Bryce outside, or he got the corner there, strike 1 with a sinker. I want to limit their number of bats. I want to reduce the number of bats down as far as I possibly can, quite honestly. And the same would be true with the Rosarina and Suárez. Those guys just aren't giving you anything. It's really tough on some of these at-bats with those guys because they are just, I know Eugenio did get a single yesterday, which was cool, and hopefully he's heating up now. But I would be making some of these adjustments too when you're hitting so many black holes in the lineup here this postseason. 1-1 count here for Miller. Springer up at the plate, hitting .316. Swing and a miss. 1-2. 1-2. We'll have to get a report from you. Two count. Bing! And a miss upstairs. The fastball gets him to whiff. Springer sits down. Well done. Well done by Spring. That's a nice little start there by Miller. Foul back. Oh, 1. One. Consistent umpiring. That's right. Check swing on the splitter. Didn't go outside. Luke's also having a good series here for the Blue Jays. 2-1. Batted back foul. 2-2. This ball's skied out into left field. Woo, nice little basket catch there by Eugenio Suárez over the shoulder. Bounces once up in his glove and he reels it in. Had to go really far. You got a healthy amount of foul territory here in that T-Mobile Park. I mean, he has really got to get over there. He was already shaded a little bit because of the lefty too. So a little bit of an extra long run for him. Able to reel it in though. Nice job there by Eugenio. Good play. 2 men out. Top of the first here, Vladimir Guerrero, that man in the middle here, rakes the first pitch into the corner. This is going to get down for a double. He continues to be just blisteringly hot. My man's got to be flirting with like a 500 batting average right now. Yeah, he's hitting 471 after that. I'll tell you this. You're not giving him tough pitches to hit. A lot of these swings here, he's got stuff with a lot of the meaty portion of the plate. 2 men out. See if Miller can get out of trouble here. Alejandro Kirk up at the plate. First pitch, batted back on the fastball, foul. Ball's inside. 1-1. Foul back. 1-2. Crowd on their feet. Miller looks back at second. The wind. Hit up into the air. It's what this Blue Jay lineup does, which is that they get to 2 strikes and they will just fight off pitch after pitch after pitch. Kind of just see how they're able to just chase pitchers with pitch counts almost on just the back of this. I thought Detroit was good at it, but they're even next level. 1-2 count. Swing and a miss on a sweeper wide across the plate. Kirk couldn't help himself. Miller says, sit down. 2 strikeouts that inning for him. Good sign there. Scoreless first. 1 runner left on. Still can't turn this thing off. I was logged in. I'm logged in and everything. You still cannot shut that stupid thing off. I don't like. Why do they have the site so broken on this where you can't? Oh, we may just have to go back to MLB on this one. Imogen, if you're hearing me out there, I'm trying on this. This thing just is constantly wants to autoplay. Why don't they give you the ability to turn that off on these pages? Freaking save them. Robert says, I'm not watching the game. Rather listen to watch Mr. Kane. Thank you for that, Robert. Megan's good to see you in the house. Some power code. Hello, Brian Myers. Doom Moose. Hello. Jordan. What's up, Addison? What's up, Brando? Like I said, after the first blowout loss, if we lost game 4, I'd start to feel very uncomfortable. I have a bad feeling about how the rest of this series will play out. I got to be honest, not super confident right now. Hopeful, but not the max confidence level. That is for sure. Tune says, forget about the curveball, Vaughn. Give him the heater. That's my best Behringer, by the way. Seth Parkinson, how you doing? That says weird series. Yeah, that's a good description. Yeah, it's kind of a strange one. Dezilla, hello. Daniel, Barry, HHG. Devo in the house. What's up, Devo? Is everyone getting an M's tattoo if we win the World Series, if we go to the World Series? I need a World Series win, probably, if I was to potentially agree to that, to begin to. And an appearance ain't going to cut it. And it becomes like one of those tattoos people get where it's like, Chiefs win series and, Chiefs win the Super Bowl in 2025. Get on your ankle or something. Sorry, 1 second. Julio, first pitch swinging. Why? Because that's what this lineup does, baby. He's going to knock this out to center field, and that will be the first out of the inning. 1 pitch, 1 man down. One man down. Strike. Ooh, didn't get the call. That was off the plate. 1-0. Low. Ball 1. Ball 2. Blue Jays have definitely pitched very carefully to Cal. Especially when they got nobody on base. 2-0 pitch. Swatted out into right field and deep. On his horse here. Bounces off the glove of the right fielder. He falls into the bag. He's going to come up with a throw. Cal on his horse and gets into second base. He hit that thing so hard, the guy jumped up in the air and caught it. And then it did that move where a guy, like in a cartoon, throws a pitch so hard that the guy gets his glove on it, and then it throws him back like that. That's what it did. He caught it, went boom, threw him back into the wall, bounced out of his glove back onto the ground. That's the power of the big dumper. That's the supreme power of that big dump ability. A 1 count here to Jorge Polanco. Raleigh gets his lead at second. Low, ball 1. One. Low, ball 2. Three and 1. Whoa. Oh. So it begins. What in the hell was that? It's a half a foot away from the strike zone. Man, the umpire in this series just keeps getting, this is the best you guys got. Why don't we have the freaking, where are the robot umps? These guys are getting worse. Foul back. What was that call? Like, it wasn't even, it's awful umping behind the plate in this series. Awful umping. These are supposed to be the all-stars. 3-2 count. Fouls it just barely there. I don't know why Major League Baseball is so hesitant on this and has taken so much time to put something in that would fix. And he strikes him out. It would fix this issue so we don't have to see this like 15 times a game with these umps. 7 inches away from the plate. 7 inches away from the strike zone on that pitch. It's nowhere in the land of the vicinity of the strike zone. Well, Blue Jays sure need help, don't they? They could sure use some extra. 2 men down. 0-1 count here to Josh Naylor. Naylor hitting .429. The ALCS. Stepped up big time. I just bounced up at the plate. 2-1. That was a horrible call. especially fun too, where it prevents him from getting a walk. It's also not just a bad call, and he doesn't get the free base because of that. 2-1. Ball bounced to first base. No runs to Bad. So it's just going to keep doing this stupid stuff. Yeah, we're going to have to. Will not let me pull this. It won't let you pull the autoplay. So I know the MLB one sucks, folks, but ESPN, there's no way to turn off. I've got no methodology here to be able to turn off the autoplay, which just messes with my, which messes with the deal. So, okay. These sites just love their autoplay videos. It's like, let people click it if they want it or not. Jordan said, if the Jays are getting this much help against us, they're going to be really disappointed if they play the Dodgers. You aren't getting those calls against them. No, you're not. Sure hope that this is not the start of what was kind of what we saw a little bit yesterday. I mean, not that they didn't do their job, Jays, to take it, but just can't believe how bad it's been. And that this is the best that they've got. And these umpires still want to keep their job over automation, over the computer doing it. I don't know. I know it's a hard sell for me for the charm of having the ump behind the plate. And I've been saying this for a couple of years. They could have implemented this long before this. There's no reason nobody's still running out there going, we need umpires behind the plate. There's not a single fan in the country saying, I want to see that unless they're 95 years old. Or says, I don't know a huge amount of baseball, but even I could see in real time there's a terrible call at a pitch count of 3-1. Yeah, it was bad. That was within a couple of inches, and then there was, I don't know if that was within a foot. My cat's comforting me. Thank you for that, Pumpkin. Yeah, that referee was dumb. Bring on the automation, right? They can lose their job. It's okay if it happens to them. Yeah. They got what's coming to them. Fritz, I said for the longest time, umps are a part of the game, but there's no use for them anymore. That's right. They're not playing in this game, like they're not actual players. They're just the parts on the field to make sure the game goes well. And we can, thusly, it's not some ingrained part to me. And again, the key on this being is, especially if it can make it better. If it makes it better, then why not? What's and it's instantaneous with the calls. Like put the laser beams on or whatever you want to call, however the tech they use, and bam, bam, you're getting the call quicker than the guy can signal strike or ball. Bum's got a lot to say. This couple games have been hard on her. 0-1 count. High, ball one. Doing Moose, I talk to my cat a lot. I talk to my cat in a comfortable amount. I do, huh? Yeah, we had a lot of conversations. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Yeah. Tang says home plate ump should be there to call when it's on the line. If it's totally outside, it should be automated and not debatable. Some of these dudes' depth perception is just atrocious. Yeah, agreed. 2-2 count. Hope he calls the same way for the Jays, says Addison, but he probably won't. That's a little bit of my concern here, too. I guess we shall see, huh? Nobody out. 2-2 pitch. Batted up in the air. Blue Jay hitters, 2 strikes. Stay alive. Hawksnest, you hear about the Tariq Skubal contract situation? You swear if he goes to the Dodgers or Yankees? I already know it'll probably happen. It's kind of like, for me, it's like, yeah, it's not a matter of if, it just would. That's what those teams do. They come up there and it's not them, it's the Red Sox. Just hoover them up. Hit up into the air here. Rivas is there with it, and he will get out number one here. I mean, I'm probably a little cynical with this, but keep in mind too, it's gone back for years, into 95 with this sort of free and open system of them just kind of paying for and buying whatever they want. Fritz, I went to some minor league games, and the challenge system is perfect. Takes less than 5 seconds. Yeah, it's like this could be brought in long before this. There's no reason to hold on to this vestige of the old. Like, it's like somebody's talking to me when we got cars starting to go on the road, and they're like, but the clippity-clopping of the horses, don't you like that sound? That sore ass you get in the saddle, isn't that great? No, I'll take the car. Let's move into the future. 0-1 here. Clement, 6-hole hitter up at the plate. He sets up the bunt. He bunts this up in the air, back foul. Interesting. 0-2. Logan, what are Pumpkin's thoughts on the umpires? Hey, honey, what do you think about the umpires? Are they as bad as we think? Are they going to get better as the game goes along? She said they will get better as the game goes along. So I'll lean on what she's saying with that. 0-2 count here. Right off the end. Great play by Rivas. Right up the middle. Not quite a line driver. Not quite a softly hit. Rivas just really shows off some quickness and a little bit of the hops. He's got the baby bunnies. Extends out there and just reaches out. Couldn't reach out any further. Had to reach back to give himself time to sky towards the ball and able to go get his mitt on it. Hell of a play there by Rivas. Nicely done, kid. 2 outs. Strike. Fastball at the knees to Barger. OBJ type catch. That's kind of the equivalent of an OBJ catch for a second baseman. And he had to reach all the way back to, just because he was arriving the ball so late, had to pull that mat way back over here rather than sort of catch it here. It just shows how much he had to kind of extend out on that one to get to that ball. 1-1 count. Barger hitting 143 this ALCS. Miller with wind. Outside with a splitter. 2-1. Ryan's Pumpkins our leader. New Blacks, did JP get benched? No, this second base. So you put Polanco down. You got Polanco DHing, which makes sense. You're maybe trying to get him just a little more fresher. It's been a long year. Give him an opportunity out there to have a couple days off and just concentrate on what he's doing at the dish. 2-2 count. Barger checks his bat to see if he broke it. Showing a stat here where the Mariners have twice the strikeouts of the Toronto Blue Jays in this postseason play. This series alone, they've struck out 44 times to Toronto's 25. Swing and a miss. Beautiful pitch there. That was a nice splitter, right where you want to land it there at the bottom of the zone. Hitter can't do nothing with it. 2 nice innings of work here for Bryce Miller in the books as the Blue Jays go down in order, and we will have 0-0 moving on through. If you guys can for me today, please, please, please do hit that like button. I know I ask all the time, but we got Mariner fans right now driving along. Maybe they're on their commute back home, trying to get back to see how they'll watch this game from work, getting off early. I can keep them up to date with what's going on. How? When they're searching, you hit the like button, tells them, hey, check this guy out. He'll keep you in the loop. Joe Smith, the traditional way of doing it without technology is all well and good until your team gets hosed in a critical spot. It's so very true. Like an ALCS Game 5, for example. Yeah, the charm starts to lose some of its luster at that point, doesn't it, Joe? It starts to a little less shine to it at that point. Oh, the charm. Fritz's will go to the Dodgers, most likely being Scooble because they have unlimited money. The price I saw, if true, is absurd for Scooble. Nobody would pay that. Yeah, nobody but the ones who are printing money, right? We're looking at the last stream, Mariners are at $100 million. The Dodgers, as far as their payroll this year, and the Dodgers are at $300 million. And that's them at $300 million doing like the equivalent of, where you go, well, that's, they're souped up. They bought Shohei and they got the other pitcher from Japan they brought in. But that's 300 with them having contracts on the books that they're doing Philadelphia Eagle-like void year deals on the back end of it, kind of as an equivalency. In addition to that $300 million. It's like, it's even kind of more in practical dollars. But they don't care, and no one's stopping them. Major League Baseball doesn't seem to care because they're getting one of their blue blood franchises that's winning in the midst of this. I think if this was maybe a Kansas City Royal team doing this out in the Midwest, kind of wonder if Major League Baseball would be putting their foot down a little bit harder, going, you can't go this crazy with it. This is just absurd. But we'll see how it plays out with that. We'll see how it truly goes. Slobby says we need to warm up our bats. Small ball, man. Would love to see it. Yeah, New Blacks. Now we got to get through the third inning with Bryce. That's been the backbreaker of the last two games, as those guys are flying along through the two innings, looking sweet. And they get to that inning 3, and all of a sudden you start seeing the gears start to grind and little corkscrews shoot out of the machine. Starts making a banging noise. What happened in the third inning? Did somebody get a memo? Randy Arozarena stepping up into the dish here, hitting 133. Quickly goes 0-2 here on this count. There's just one base hit here so far. Likewise for the Toronto Blue Jays. 0-2 count. Bouncing ball, third base side. Easy play up there for the third baseman. He's able to get a decent throw off. Out number 1. Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka. Good to see you. Is it me or does Naylor remind anyone of Kenny Powers from Eastbound and Down? He's got a little bit of that vibe to him. Did I mess up something there? So easy to click this little left button. Thank you, Sean, for hitting that like button. Eugenio gets on top of this pitch and he sends it for a ride. That ball's carrying back. That's going to be far out of the park. First pitch swinging. Beautiful. I love first pitch swinging. He gave him one right on the middle of the plate, too. Eugenio looking for his pitch in his spot. He throws me something right in the center of the plate. I'm sending it. And he did so there with a mighty home run out into left field. I think that's just a slider that didn't slide. And usually it's got this sort of like arching hook to it, but that thing was just going kind of like this on a flat line, and it flatlined right to the middle of the plate. Nice swing by Eugenio jumping on that pitch. Mariners take a 1-0 lead. Check swing by Crawford now. Eugenio! Yeah, Jordan. That's the equivalent for me of like the Brian Bellick. What is it that we're swing and a miss here 0-2. Where Brian Bellick sees Ed Reed and he's like, Ed Reed catches in the back of the end zone. in their own territory. And he's like, get down, Ed. Get down, Ed. Get down. No, Ed. No, don't do that, Ed. No, don't do that, Ed. Don't. Ed's taking it out. He's going to go try to house it. And he's like halfway into the return. He's like, yes, Ed. Yes, Ed. Get it, Ed. Get in there, Ed. It's a great clip if you guys get a chance to check it out. He's mic'd up. 1-2 count here to Crawford. Yeah, that was a monster smash right there. He put that thing out there, and that's a no-doubter territory. 1-2 check swing high. Nice high there by Crawford. He's hitting 154 this ACLS. Three-two count. One man down. Low ball four. Nice side there by Crawford. Love that. Let's take a pitch. It's working a bat. And now comes Dominic Canzone. Okay, Dom. Plan of attack. You saw what Eugenio did. Look for your pitch. Don't swing at anything. If you're looking for fastball, don't swing at a slider. You're looking at the slider, don't go to his other junk. First pitch swinging by Dom. He hits this right at Barger. It's a line drive stroke at that, but it's right there at the right fielder. He goes down to a knee, and he's able to make the catch. This Mariner lineup gets after it with the bats. They're not trying to chase pitchers, or they're going to get at you. Yeah. 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 First pitch, fastball here on the outside portion of the plate here to Rivas. Strike. 2 men down. 1 runner on first. I hear you. Jordan says, hey, we're getting some positives from Canzone. Steele now? No, you want to get back to the top lineup. I don't want Rivas leading off the top of the bottom of the third. I can see the temptation. But I'm not so sure even Gossman here is not going to come back and stay with the fastball 0-2 to him. So you don't even have the guarantee of the breaking ball. Kind of slower pitch to be able to run on. Boy, Rivas is a small little dude. 5'8", 150. That's itty bitty. 0-2 pitch. Foul back. Staying alive. Robert says 3 straight games, the Mariners have jumped out to the early lead before the infamous top of the third inning. Yeah. That bad top of the third inning. It's sticky. Rivas. High, ball 2, ball 1. Excuse me. 2-2. Just a little splitter. 32 pitches here for Gausman. Bomber, you shouldn't have watched the last 2 games. They might have made your eyes bleed. Foul back. Rivas digs in. Julio Rodriguez on deck. Foul back again. Good job here by Rivas. Working the count, working the pitcher, staying alive. Swing and a miss on the splitter. Gets him there. Out number 3. Gosman with his second K of the day. Oh. Carolina came in early in this. Thanks for jumping in, King Bomber. Maybe you can be the good luck charm today. Lamb Squanch, can Cole Young play left field? I mean, I'm sure they can train him to do it this offseason, but probably not in the moment now, no. Brian says, damn, 35 pitches, 2 innings, made him work. Definitely made him work a little bit here. It's a good sign. Get in his bullpen maybe a little earlier here. You got the top of your order back up next inning. Yeah, good at bat by Rivas. You can be the back end hitters, and you aren't going to be someone we can. And look, we shouldn't. It's your Bob lined up for a reason. But if you're, not going to be able to get on or get a hit, like at least do work that count, make that pitcher work. Try to get close to carving out a walk if you can get there. It's kind of a by any means necessary in these kind of playoffs in that way. That's a lot better of an at bat than some of the other ones we see where the guys just, swing with the first pitch, swing at the second pitch, wildly swing at some slider that's 9 inches off the plate on the third pitch, and down you go. Can Ford play left field? There we go. Yeah, Addison, here we go. Here we go with the infamous third inning. That dangerous and most unsettled beast. Snarling and growling and ripping and tearing. It's...
Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen the bottom of the third inning? Festering, angry lineup coming alive. Here they come now for you. The top of the third.
Suárez got some sweet flowing locks, man. He's got a little bit of a, Jon Snow thing going on there. Jack Maloney, don't speak that stuff into being. No 2-run home run for Jimenez. No. That was the monster. That was the beast, Slubby one. Here's the wind, batted down the left field line. What happens in the third? What is going on in the third inning? This gnarly top of the third. Third inning is right. As in T-U-R-D. Yeah, Brian. Exactly. Third inning sucks. Outside, ball 1. Yeah, if Jimenez hits a 2-run home run, I might. I'm joking, but I might have to, Jack, that might be it. I 1-0 count to Jimenez. Foul back. Damn, how do we got their backup shortstop to Bo Bichette hitting 357 with 2 dongs in this series? And he's their 9-hole hitter. Must be nice. Bichette goes down, one of the most integral parts of your lineup, and you just, we'll just toss this guy over here. He's fine. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Runner gets his lead from second. Keep an eye on him back there, Bryce. There we go. Swatted right at Naylor. Naylor makes the catch and throws it back out to Crawford at second there. Before the runner can get back, hit on a line drive stroke, and the runner just couldn't jump quick enough to get back. Nice throw there by Naylor, not only making the play quickly, but to make a nice throw there to Crawford. He really got it out of his glove quick. Just a great transfer there. Bump, bump. On a knee, gets it to Crawford back before the runner can get there. Beautiful play by Naylor. He has fielded his position well throughout this series especially. Hit foul on the splitter here. 0-1. Big play there. Big play there. Bouncing here, third base side foul. A little late foul there, but it does go foul nonetheless. Harry says, Brando, where is the Kingdom t-shirt from? Watching live from England. Let's go M's. Well, every year I go back through to Seattle when I do the training camp experience. And I always go through the Seattle Seahawks shop, Harry, because they've got a really big shop down there in Redmond. And it's always got a lot of just cool little unique goodies in there like this, you know? So I always come out of there with usually 5 or 6 shirts. 0-2 outside, ball 1. But I certainly have the nostalgia for the Kingdom, having gone there a lot as a young man. So I'm hoping maybe I can, the power of the shirt would bring something into play today too for this team. 1-2 count, 2 men down. Miller, wind, delivers a little high, edge of the zone high, I guess. 2-2. I make big plays. I saw a lot of Blue Jay fans downtown today while I was working. What does it look like in the stadium? We're going to get a next commercial break. I'm going to try to reach out to my boy Matt, my man on the scene there in the stadium today, and see if he can give us a little bit of a briggity breakdown on what's going down. Two count here, Springer. Bouncing ball back to Miller. He's up with it. Throws him out at first. That'll do. Nice inning of work there. Very nice inning of work. Let's see if my boy here is. Let's see if we can hit him up here. He's busy. He's probably eating some. We'll get a report from him, though. I might play, see how it is in that stadium. Looks like a lot of Mariner fans. Shide says, who would have known the Blue Jays were our kryptonite? Maybe so. We shall see. Dunes has got to turn your shirt inside out to break the turd curse, Brando. I should have. Thankfully, he was able to get out with it, me needing to bring it into play. But that might be what we have to do next game. Mises, as the great Limp Bizkit once said, gotta have faith. Faith. You gotta have faith. Faith. You're right. Absolutely, you do about that. Martin says, I'm guessing by what your people are saying, the third inning's not good for the Mariners. It's just the last 2 games, Martin, where both the 2 starting pitchers were going really well. They're looking strong, looking good. And then you get into the third inning, and then suddenly, like, it literally just comes to a halt, and the Blue Jays just jump all over you like you're a minor league club almost a little bit. So it's just been startling a little bit, the pivot from one to the other, especially because these guys don't start out bad. And In baseball, a lot of times what it is it's usually a guy starts out and he can be, maybe he's a really great pitcher and he's first inning, he takes a little bit of time to find his rhythm, settles in, then he's good to go. Or he gets into maybe through the third rotation of the order of the lineup, the third time he's faced them. And now he's kind of like, well, they're starting to figure me out. They're starting to get a good timing on my pitches. You don't tend to get that everything's humming along through those first 2 innings. They're locked in. And then third inning, suddenly things go askew. That's what also has kind of made it a little bit of an oddity the past two games. Jordan says, you're pitching bad when you have their bad hitters hitting 300. Yeah, I mean, that was the one place you thought in this lineup. These are the numbers that Bo Bichette would be hitting if he was in the lineup. And that's one of the things that you thought in this game. Okay. Got you up there. You're safe. You're good, kitty. It's going to be okay. Let's get you into this. Yeah. We going to win this thing? I can't figure it out if we are or we're not. Well, we certainly could use some of your help on this one. All right. Julio up at the plate here now for Gosman's third inning. He'll take a slider strike. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Zilla, so we broke the turd inning curse. We did. We finally broke it. 0-2 count here to Julio. I don't know if I could have survived another third inning curse. I think that one would have gotten me. Good take by Julio. 0-2. Stay strong here, buddy. Stay alive. Stay strong and alive. Wobbles the bat. Preps himself up. There you go. Do my eyes betray me? Is Julio actually a little choked up on that bat? There's a little baby choke. Skies this one out into right field. Marger's underneath it without number 1. Cal Raleigh steps up. What's up, man? We do the FaceTime?
How's it going?
Good.
I do not have FaceTime.
What's it like in there? Do we got mainly Mariner fans or the Blue Jays taking over in there?
No, dude. Mariners are everywhere. There's a lot of Blue Jays for sure. Definitely a lot. They're nice about it. But, they know they're going to get worked over pretty good. So they're trying to be humble.
Is everybody feeling like we're getting the win in the stadium, or is it apprehensive in there?
It is definitely feeling like a win. Everybody is just screaming and yelling. I'm about to dance and get on this little Jumbotron situation, so I'm excited.
Okay, let's get it. Get it?
Yeah, we're going to get it. It's good. It's good.
Remember to show them your nipples.
I will. Oh, actually, you know what? That'll get him. You're right. You know what? That'll get him watching.
Yeah.
I'm about to pull up my little belly here. I should have painted something on it next time.
That's the secret key, man.
Well, I'm going to get there. You're right. I should probably lose some layers, and I'm going to do that next. And if I do, I'll call you.
All right. Let me know. Let me know, man.
Nice. It's going to be a sweet game. I will keep you in touch, definitely.
All right. Get it, Matt.
Nice, bro. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon, bro.
All right, later.
Later. 3-0 count here to Cal Raleigh. Throw you a pitch there, Cal. That's a good pitch there. That's not your pitch. He put that thing at the bottom of the kneecaps. It's my boy Matt. Known that guy for, holy crap, 30 years. 30 years. Like I says, I thought Julio was no fly zone. That's only when he's on defense. 3-2 count, one man down. Raleigh up at the plate. Cal waves his bat back and forth here with a couple practice strokes. Gausman, swing and a miss on the splitter. Went right over the top of that thing. Nasty pitch. Gausman with 3 balls there really knuckled down on Cal. Gave him some difficult pitches to handle with a lot of movement on them. Takes your limbs to God's ears, brother. Let's go. 2 outs. Jorge Polanco up at the plate. Outside. Ball 1. Jorge with a strikeout in the first. Swing and a miss. 0-2. One. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Boy, Blancos does not have a good feel for Gausman right now. Marcia still 50-50 on getting up watching the Hawks game on Monday. It kicks off at 3 a.m. Irish time, but I try to watch all the live Seahawks games on TV here. Saying I know, but worth it. No, I get it. I do get it. That is tough on you folks out there on that side of the globe there. You foul that off? Just barely fouled that splitter staying alive. It's got to be rough. I can only imagine getting up at that time in the morning to just start to watch a game. I don't think it'd actually be too bad for me because I'm such a night owl, Martin, and I'm already usually sometimes up around that time. So it's just like, well, knuckle down for another couple hours. But if you're like an early riser and that's the middle of the night for you, no fun there. 1-2 pitch. Down in the dirt, and you kind of see that strikeout coming there for Polanco. Just didn't have really a feel for him on that count or in the first 2 at-bats here in this game, period. Been a little bit off with Gausman on his feel for what he's seeing. I'll be right back. Yeah, Jorge, sometimes some pitchers you just can't get a feel on them on the day. He's kind of got your number. Just a bit like that with Jorge there. It's a teensy bit. Immortal Tech, what was he seeing? He not seeing the pitches clearly coming off the hand. He was definitely whiffing pretty far away from that pitch. I think he looked all right in the first series against him in the first game. Martin Street, Mims can't win. Go freaking Dodgers. Robert, I don't really like the double Monday Night Football games. I don't either. The NFL's gotten a little fat and happy with how they've done this thing, and it's starting a game at 7 o'clock at night like they are is kind of just like, really, guys? Is this really necessary to do it this way? So weird. But kind of practically think the NFL is trying to get onto this track where it's like eventually they're going to be able to just, by their ideal, have a a football game on every single night of the week during the NFL season. Hey, we're going to have Tuesday night football games. And oh, hey, guys, have you heard about the new hotness? Wednesday night football. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know. Tell me you guys don't see the vision from them on that one doing it. I could see it coming down the line. So Devon A-Chain rumors, how do we feel about that? I say we don't need him. I don't really understand the thinking behind it. It seems to be just like a randomized sort of like rumor that doesn't seem to be based on a whole hell of a lot to me. I mean, first pitch strike here from Miller to Luke's, top of the order for the Blue Jays, back up here in the top of the fourth. Mariners up 1-0. Miller's pitched a very good game here. Batted foul, double. Man, these Blue Jays live on that line. They got so much luck in this series where it's like, dude, they just get that thing just inside that bag. Not the hardest hit ball, just sneak it inside. Just curl it around the bag for a nice little double. Like doesn't do too much with it. Just rolls it on out in there. Yeah, I don't see the Benny. The Mariners are going to intentionally walk Guerrero, which I do approve of. Yes, that is smart. Let us do that. So A-Chain's got one more year left on his deal. Strike there to Alejandro Kirk. Oh and 1. Low. So he's got a year left. Ones are free agent after this year, partly why it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that the Dolphins would want to do this deal. So they're going to give up a year of club control for A-Chain to get Woolen, who they lose after this year. This doesn't really add up. Check swing by Alejandro. No. I don't really get it myself there, Herbicide. There's a part there we think, well, or is it just, is this maybe a guy you bring in for Walker after this year if he goes by free agency? Hi. Miller's been kind of toying here a little bit with Kirk. There's careful and then there's toying around with him here. I know you got to be careful, kid, but you got to throw him a strike. Come on. Bases loaded, walk by Miller, and Seattle pitching coach will come out and talk to him here. Nowhere to put him. Bases loaded, nobody out. He got way too careful there with Kirk. Way too careful. You got two guys on with nobody out. You have to think about that a little bit on some of those pitches. And you could tell from the start of that at bat, he was going to try to nibble around there too much. Very precarious is right. Yeah, Edison, I don't get the pull to A-Chain either here. It's almost like a randomized rumor as much as anything else, but I don't know where it's coming from and don't understand. I don't know the last time of this kind of rumor that's left field as well, that you hear about it and then a few days go by and nothing's really happened with that deal, and then like a week later the deal gets done. I think that is just all like dream it up kind of stuff from somebody's perspective to get some clicks. 0-1 count. Bases loaded, top of the fourth. 1-1. Gabe Spire getting ready in the bullpen for the Mariners. Batted foul, 1-2. Can't get this lineup struck out. Like they just do not swing and miss. They do strike out a little bit. I said Miller's got like 4 Ks in the game, but boy, they do such a good job of just finding a way with 2 strikes. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Beautiful splitter there. Nicely done by Miller. Boy, that's clutch. Got him to swing out of the zone, too. Not easy to do with this Blue Jay lineup. They got some good eyes. So 1 man down. Ernie Clement up at the plate now here. The Blue Jays, 278 in this series, 0 for 1 today with a line out in the second. He's out. Throws it to second first. He should be out there too. Double play. Let's go. He hit the ball and it just landed and died right in front of home plate. Cal, Johnny on the spot, bounces out of his catching position, picks up the ball, steps on home plate to get the force. The ball just he got it. Great job by Cal. So he hits the ball. The ball's got a little bit of backspin to it. The ball's then rolling back to be foul. Cal jumps on it before it can get to a position of being foul, and then is able to step on, then the wherewithal, step on the bag and then throw the runner out. That's a great play, but if Cal is a half a second more late there in recognizing the ball and what's going on with the spin, it's in foul territory when he picks it up. It's that close there. So the ball is literally rolling back to touch, like as Newblack, it literally rolls back and touches home plate and is on its way back to being foul, and he jumps right on that thing. Let's go. Yeah, let's get some runs now. Let's get some momentum off that. 4 innings of work for Miller. And what about Miller? Gets the strikeout, the bases loaded, nobody out, gets the strikeout, and then is able to get the double play. Hell of a pitching effort here by Miller. Maxwell says, first time all postseason, Blue Jays have no runs in 4 innings. Let's go. That is an MVP play right there. What a weird swing off the bat, too. You don't see balls hit like that very often. It's almost the groundskeeper had a little pile of mud in front of the plate. I felt like it needed to make that splat sound when it hit the front there. Chaka says, miracle. Miracle. It's a Seattle miracle. It's unbelievable. Donnie, how you doing? Martin, that's a serious get out of jail free card right there. Excellent, incredible double play. Yeah, it was, Martin. Was it ever? I don't know what the percentages are in Major League Baseball regular season of having bases loaded, nobody out, but I'd reckon to guess that they're scoring probably at least one run 90 to 95% of the time. Danes is exactly the kind of clutch pitching and defense we didn't see the last two games. Big Mo is on our side. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Josh Naylor steps in here, full 4-hole hitter today, 0 for 1. Gossman has just crossed the 50-pitch mark. He's been working pretty quickly here recently, so not as much of, I think, that coming into factor. Boy, he hit that thing off the tip of the bat. Clement tried to run on the inside part of the baseline there, too, to mess up the throw. Naylor, out to left field. This ball's going to get down. Can he turn this for 2? He takes the wide, turns and I'm good. And a nice throw there out there by left fielder. Get it back in, but a base hit opening up. Let's go, some momentum. Didn't do too much with it, just went with the pitch. Get out to left field, and Lukes is up with it nicely there. Randy Rosarina. Randy, come on, buddy. Woo. Keep it within like 6 inches of the plate when you're swinging. 0-1. They try to go after him again in the same spot and give him to bite again. He doesn't this time. Very good. If I'm Randy with Gausman, I might just say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just make him throw the slider for a strike and start locking in a couple of other pitches because he's kind of nowhere near on him with the slider right now. 1-1. Gets the fastball, but he hits a double play ball that's bobbled initially, and that's all they can get is Naylor over at second base because of the bobble. Kiner Falafa. The second baseman for the Blue Jays just couldn't reel that thing in cleanly. Got up into the hand of his glove and then bounced into his chest and then had to kind of cup it. One man down. Eugenio with the solo home run in his last at bat. See, Eugenio's hearing me. He walks up, he gets a slider with the first pitch, and he throws it for a strike, but you just take that. Like, just make him throw that thing for a strike. He's trying to get you to really, when he throws it, to get it to sweep off the plate and get you to whiff at it or bat it just softly. Roll it over. 0-1 here. Back to Rosarina here on first base with the pickoff attempt. I will say, last at bat, though, of course, Eugenio got a slider that just sort of flatlined and ended up finishing right over the middle of the plate as it was arriving. See, there again, Eugenio gets a slider, says, no. This one's no good. No good, this pitch. This is not the one you want. One. Boy, he is off the plate on there, gets a ball. It's a good call by the Blue there. That was nice frame job by Kirk. He sold that really well. 2-1 count here for Eugenio. Nothing but sliders here for about the last 5 pitches. Gets another slider there, and he got another kind of hanger right in the middle of the plate, and Eugenio just couldn't quite get on top of that one. I think he knows he had his pitch there. No fastballs to Eugenio on that bat. 2 men down. Crawford steps in. Runner on first. Again, trying to pick off a Rosarina. He gets back. Strike. Okay. Kevin says, dope sure, Brando. Thank you, Kevin. Mars says, the ball normally just die like that. Seems like there was some kind of intervention. It doesn't, no. He's running here. Is a Rosarina, and he's going to get into second base with a stolen base at that. Nice job there by Randy because they were trying to keep him close. They were paying attention to him. It's not like the pitcher just forgot about him. Couple pickoff attempts over there, and still he says, no, we're going to go. They don't fear Kirk's arm. That much has been made clear here this series when the Mariners do in the rare times get on base. 1-1 count to Crawford. Base hit, scores a man here. Crawford lifts this up into center field. Just too much of the undercut stroke there. Just get a line drive, man. Why are you trying to lift everything right there? Just give us a poke of a base hit, man. Crawford's gotten very lifty here in the postseason with some of his swings, where it just feels like he's trying to lift it up like he's a home run hitter. Gotta get a little bit more level stroke there, brother. A little more level stroke. But yeah, the ball doesn't normally die like that, Martin. He kind of hit it off the end of the bat almost. When you saw the replay angle, it was almost like it got off the top edge of the bat, which is partly what caused that spin to look like that. But it also looked like the groundskeepers had a healthy amount of dirt there on the front of the front of the dish. Vince is so happy we kept Miller in. Yeah, me too. It was too early there to go to bullpen. And they're going to get him. It looks like they're going to let him go back out again this inning, which is good. You've got 7, 8, 9 in the lineup here for the Blue Jays this inning. Which is, that was awesome. Let's see if my heart can handle the rest. It's going to get tight. Hang in there. Power says, yeah, JP, this ain't cricket, brother. Yeah, he's trying to, and look, JP gives you that every once in a while kind of power for a smaller guy that you wouldn't normally expect he'd have. But it does feel like he's a couple times this series here trying to just sort of go steal one on an at-bat in that way. And got the runner on second. We just need a base hit out there, carve out another run. Black says, keep trying for homers. Just laughing out loud. It's working so well. Big Country, the Mariners have only scored 5 runs once in the last 10 playoff games at home. Even the 0-1 team couldn't score at home. Oddly so, man. Oddly so, especially when it's one thing if I guess you'd say Big Country, the marine layer and the fall chill, a little bit of the moist air. These are the things that as much as anything prevent the runs from being scored. But you are seeing in the Blue Jays here through the first 2 games of the series so far of putting in runs up in your house, putting home runs up in your house. You know, not having a hard time making it work in the ballpark. Brian says we shouldn't be trying to ding it in this stadium in the first place. It pays to read the room in the moment. Agreed. Brian, this is cool. The Hawks Nest. Normally you're about 20 seconds behind my action, but tonight we're synced up perfectly. Let's go. Hell yeah. Maybe they finally sped up a little bit of my stream on my side. It's been a little slow. All right. First hitter here. Love to see this. 4-seam fastball right at the bottom of the kneecaps there on Barger. Bryce inning with 4 innings of work. And he has pitched very well. Here's the wind. Off the end of the bat. These guys get so many lucky freaking singles. I swear to God. He saws him off at the hands, and he just manages to kind of just flare it out into center field for a base hit. Your fave says this time of year, these are the best pitchers. True enough. True enough. That's very true. Matt Brash starting to warm up in the pen for the Mariners. I'm guessing here that, they're going to go to make the change here right out the jump. Kind of an interesting timing there. Might have tried to see what he could do with the 8-hole hitter. But Dan's got a little bit of a quick hook here over the past couple games. He's going to it fast. And says, oh, wow, just what JP should have done. Yeah, you put a level stroke on the ball, good things happen. When you try to get up underneath the ball, if you miss the home run, you got such a high propensity then of those misses are going to turn into just soft fly balls. And if you notice with this Mariner lineup, there's a lot of those in this lineup with guys with the undercut, uppercuts. So this is how you built the lineup. So it's really, it's one of the things of, this is as much about a future addressment thing as much as anything else, that a lineup with more nailers and with less Eugenio Suárez is maybe better for the future. Like that made the better way to go. And it has been an oddity for me with this Mariner front office, even going behind Dipoto and going back through a couple of different front offices, that there seems to be a heavy draw to looking for power hitters that strike out a lot and don't walk a lot and pulling them into the lineups here. And some of it's the restriction, I think, from the fact that they just haven't been able to spend very much money. And so you're having to get what you can get where you can get it. But you'd be much better suited in this stadium to have more of a lineup that can have a bit more of the bat control, that control the counts a little bit better, that in 2 strikes, they don't suddenly look like they're, flailing away, and that there's very little chance that they're going to, mount any kind of ability to get a hit of any kind at that point. Yeah, your fave, I don't know if I would have taken him out there either. If you're back to the top lineup with Springer, or you're going into the middle of the order, I can kind of get it there, but these 2 guys here, I think I would try to trust him to go after him. The country says right-handed power hitters don't do well here except for Nelson Cruz. Exactly. And I'd offer that even if you get right-hand power hitters that can hit home runs here, like in a Randy Arozarena gets a decent amount of home runs this season, but that it's going to come at the cost of them hitting 235 or something. So, you are getting those homers then, but then it's completely coming at the cost of on-base percentage, and usually, again, getting into counts and working pitchers and doing things good ball clubs do. All right, Matt Brash out here. Bunt attempt. That was a bunt attempt strike. Yeah, you better call that a strike. He absolutely tried to go for that. Ben says, after only 56 pitches, man, we're scared beyond belief right now. Yeah, a little bit of scared approach here from Dan. Bunted ball. This will be 0-2. Not sure I quite understand it. I'm sure the analytic folks are somehow in his ear on this one. They were going to go to Spire earlier when they had the lefty matchup they were thinking about. This ball's skied up into center field. Julio is there, and he's on it for out number 1. This is the weird part about Major League Baseball changing the modern era, too, where it's like, for decades and decades of my life, it's like that kind of moment you let your starter go at it, He's pitched well for you in the first game. He's pitching well in this game. The guy gets a seeing-eye single. Your first instinct is not, now let's rip him out of the game. We're scared of Jimenez, Brando. Maybe. Foul on the sinker here. Yeah, Maxwell, I don't get it either. Yeah, Brian's with me too on this. I don't. You can also kind of lengthen out your bullpen a little bit. Then you can go to the 6th to Brash then, rather than having to go a little early to Brash here. Brash is up with a little slow roller to the right side. He gets the second out here, out number 2. Runner does go to second. I think Woo's going to be waiting. I don't think Woo comes out of the pen in this game. I think the plan for here is to have Woo come back out for the opening game of game 6. So I would imagine that he's probably going to chill. Get Castillo warming up. Or Kirby, they didn't work too hard the other day. Nolan Ryan face palming right now. Yeah, I'm sure the old guard's got to look at it and be like, really? Two men out. Brian Woo is warming up in the pen, so he seems to be the answer here for the Mariners. They may ask him to close this thing down. High, slider, ball 1. Check swing. Come on, he went. Oh. This ball is destroyed. Off the wall. Julio up with it. This will score. One. He left it right out of the plate. Tried to send him a strike there. I think he thought he had a home run. Springer off the top of the wall there. Tie game, 1-1. Strike, slider, top of the zone, 1-1. Strike, slider, outside corner there to Luke's. Check swing. Luke's doesn't like the call. 1-2. Come on, close this out, Brash. Outside. 2-2. Runner on second. 2 men out. Tie game here. Top of the 5th. You want to get Luke's here. Vladimir Guerrero looming on deck. Outside. Quit playing around. Missing 4 feet off the freaking plate. Go after him. You got electric stuff. Fall behind on Springer. Get back to a 3 count here with this guy. Walk him so you can put 2 on for freaking Vladimir Guerrero. Mariner put relievers continue to be unable, like Spire has been unable to locate their pitches, and beyond that, walking hitters when they come into the game. Doesn't happen with the Blue Jay relievers when they come in. They're throwing strikes. Our guys come in here and just start nibbly. Get behind on counts, then you got to serve up some meatball in the middle of the plate. God, Dan, why didn't you just trust him? He hadn't given up any runs, Dan. Got to come in there and manage. I got to manage us to the win. They're going to have to get the win, buddy. Like eventually your team's going to have to win the game. You ain't going to win it for them. They've got to go get it. No, I can hyper manage this. I can hyper manage making this happen. No, you can't. It's baseball. 2-0 count here to Guerrero, because this is what Brash is going to do now, is fall behind every freaking power hitter in this lineup. I'd just about walk him here, to be honest with you. Just walk him. Guy's hitting 500 against you versus Kirk, who's hitting 200. I know it loads the bases, but just walk him. Swing and a miss. 3-2. Brash's control isn't there, and everybody but Bryce Miller, basically, the control's not there since we've come back home. I mean, that's the bottom line here. You know, your staff, great job by Miller today, but the bullpen and Castillo and George just can't find any sort of location on your pitches. You're just kind of throwing. 3-2 count. Swing and a miss, gets him on the sinker. Very nice pitch inside. Strike 3. Whoo-wee. Tied him up there. Damage was limited. That's right. Drago's dodging bullets. Everything is winning baseball. It's not. And again, with Dan on this, I can get the instinct from a manager standpoint of making sure you're doing everything you can for your team. How can I help them? Who can I bring in here? What matchup can I dictate? How can I drive this to that? What can I do? What can I do? But it's got to come to a place, I think, in this too, where you just got to come back and step back and look, this team needs to hit. These starting pitchers need to get through these games a little bit more than expecting 3.5 innings for them to pull through. I understand that there's a sense of urgency here, but at the same point in time, the guy's got to win the series for you. You're not going to do it from a managing standpoint. And Dan, here the last 2 games on this a little bit, it's been a little bit of just trying to make it happen from his standpoint on it. It's just like, buddy, it's not on you on this. You know, players got to make it happen. That says Brash is kind of all stuff, no command. Tough matchup versus a high contact team. True. Very true. Sean says this move backfired big time, and now Brash to set up Munoz. Now no Brash set up Munoz. Yeah, I think you've got to think about this now as 6, 7, 8. You're going to have to roll with Wu, and then hopefully you can bring in at that point Munoz if you can get another run carved out. Yeah, people are really hard on Dan with this too, Brian, and I'm tough on him now, but you're right. People are going to take this a little too extreme with this series on this, but we're not going to lose this series because Dan mismanaged it. He's just trying to do what he can for a situation where I think he gets a sense for things are tenuous a little bit and how they're holding on. And so he's trying to counter that a little bit, which you understand that from an instinctual point, from a manager's standpoint here. But eventually this lineup's going to need to start finding some hits. I mean, bats have gone very, very cold here. Absent home runs since you've come back home here, you're not getting a lot done. 3 hits total in this game here through 4. And we got the bottom of our order coming up here next inning. Addison's Vladdy bailed us out by swinging 2 balls there. We'll take it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Beautiful pitch. New Blacks, Devon, limited to full participation today. Julian Love remains limited but did not practice. Tariq Woolen goes from full to limited. Good to hear. Swing and a miss here by Canzone. Dominic, first pitch swinging Canzone. Vance says we do not win baseball games off of manager's instinct. It's what's frustrating. Agreed. Boy, Canzone. Woo. Buddy. He does not look like a major league hitter this playoffs. He looks like a guy that belongs in AAA. I know he hit 300 this year, but wow. Come on, buddy. Find a way here with 2 strikes now. Dig in, knuckle down, find a way. Bottom of the 5th. Gosman still out on the hill for Toronto with 65 pitches thrown. Canzone with an 0-2 count here. Outside ball. One-two pitch. Canzone flicks the bat out, the most weakest swing you've ever seen in your life. Pops it out there to third. Out number 3. Your face says, okay, Jobu. You don't help me now, then F you, Jobu. I do it myself. I think I'm good with Canzone in this lineup through the rest of the series. I'm ready for more. I'm ready for some maybe Garver time here. Ball. I don't know if the nerves have gotten to him. He didn't look this bad during the regular season, but he just looks like he's walking up to the plate with his heart beating out of his chest. 2-0. F you, Jobu. Brian, that's the one thing I notice about all our hitters. All want to swing for the cheap seats and not a small ball. Yeah. Nobody in the lineup outside of a guy like Naylor is trying it even a little bit to think about that. Everybody's just like, out of your shoes. Let's all win this game with one swing. You're a home run hitting lineup, so you are in general terms to this built this way. It's the lineup that DePoto's decided he wants to construct. And it's a hell of a way to try to win because there's days where the home run comes and there's days where the home run don't. And in between, you get a lot of bad swings and bad. One man in this lineup who is taking, who is working, who is grinding. Type of stuff that when you see it from one of the guys in the lineup, it's like, whoa, wow, that's what that looks like. Watch Canzone on his at bat and then watch what just Rivas did and you go, oh, yeah, okay. Right. Hitters can do that. Rivas should be playing through the rest of this series. Canzone should sit his happy ass on the bench. Give me a guy that at least can work a count and draw a walk. That's better than a guy swinging aimlessly for 3 straight pitches. Walk back the dugout and shaking his head like he didn't know what he was seeing up there. Let's see if Rivas can jumpstart us here with the top of the lineup coming back up here now. Bottom of the 5th, tie game 1-1. Blue Jays trying to get their bullpen working with the lefty. Julio digs in, 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts in this game, hitting .211 in the postseason with 3 home runs, 8 ribbies. Big moment for him here potentially. Gosman comes set. You know you're getting the slider. Oh, we gave him a fastball, and he beams it right out to center fielder who's right up with it. New Black says Canzone might as well not swing and hope he'd be walked. Would almost be as effective. Cal Raleigh up now. 1 for 2 in this game. They're going to throw over to first here. Keep Rivas close. Jordan says, I don't think Canzone's in rhythm at all. He basically took that whole Tiger series off. Yeah, something just he does not feel comfortable up there at the plate. Hitters go through cold spots too, and he again wasn't like this during the regular season. 2 outs here. Ball 1 bounced up at the plate here. He's going to be careful with Raleigh as Gosman, no doubt about that here. Well, Joe says Julio making contact but not finding the gaps. Kind of hit it on the line, working it back up the middle. Hard to get kind of mad at that, isn't it? I mean, it's a first pitch swing, but he gets a fastball. Probably was going to be the only fastball in that at bat that he was probably going to see. It looked like he was kind of looking for it a little bit. Didn't try to do too much with it, just hit it right at somebody. 1-1 count. Nice pitch there to Raleigh. Got that thing to carry just off the plate. Comes back that same splitter there to that outside part of the plate, and again attacks it. Raleigh just able to kind of knuckle it out to foul just a little bit there, 1-2. My sound's cutting out a bit. Try to do a refresh if you can. Sound is cutting in and out. Oh my God, really? Try to hit a refresh if you guys can. Sounds like it's sounding fine to some folks, so maybe you just need to hit a refresh on your browser. This is fine. So it's for the folks that are having issues, try the refresh. See if that works. It sounds like if it's going good for somebody there, it might be through YouTube's end. If it's coming through clear for anybody, then it's probably working properly then. 2-2 pitch. Got him with the splitter outside. He attacked him in that at bat to the outside, and Cal just couldn't get out there to that. I think Cal kept looking for him to come back inside there. Had him a little bit off his footing. So everything from my stream ends telling me that I'm fine on mine. Getting no detected drop frame rate. YouTube was having issues the other day. Maybe they're still having an issue going on, but nothing that I can kind of do about it, guys. So if there's something going on, if I'm lagging, I can't do nothing about it here at the moment. Not sure why it's happening, but maybe it's an issue with YouTube. Yeah, I'm not sure on... I do appreciate the notes on it, guys, but I can't do anything about it. So you guys can let me know I'm choppy and I'm coming through thing, but there's nothing wrong on my end as far as how I'm broadcasting out right now. So the issue's on YouTube's end. Can't do nothing about it. See how I sound on mine here. Microphone check. Microphone check. Yeah, mine's fine on my end when I just launched it from my computer and played it, so it's definitely a YouTube problem. You might need to hit refresh. It might just be an issue where it's kind of dodgy for right now for a few minutes or something's going down with YouTube. They had an issue yesterday, so maybe they're still having some kind of problem going on. Ruben Toon says, looks like a 15-inning game. Adrenaline rush caught up with him. Maybe so. Brian Wu out on the hill for the Mariners. First pitch hit out into right field, and this will go down into the corner because, of course, two-run double or a double here for Alejandro Kirk. He gets his fat ass out to second base. Yeah, try restarting the stream if you guys are having issues. If a refresh doesn't happen, maybe just try to do a refresh on the browser and as itself. That might do it as well. It's a good suggestion there in the chat. They've started like the last 3 innings with a double. Swing and a miss 0-1. Ball fouled up. 0-2. Foul back. Still remain 0-2. One and 2. Far show up at the plate here. He's 0 for 2 in this one. High, ball 2. Ball 3. Starts out 0-2 and then just starts getting into Nibbleville. Mariner pitchers can't help themselves sometimes, man. They get 0-2 and it's like they will not put guys away. Like they're just expecting like these guys to eventually swing out of the zone. And they'll just miss like Brashwood, just like 7, 10, 12, 13, 15 inches off the plate. Skied up into left field. Arozarena will come up and make the catch here. Too short for the runner to be able to tag up and get to third. Nice job there by Wu. Ernie Clement up now. He's 0 for 2 in this game. In 424 this postseason. Bouncing foul. Martin, is the Mariners' relief pitching closing been this loose all season? No, it's been a kind of one of the at least partial strengths of the ball club. I wouldn't call it the best in the sport, but it's been solid. Certainly not pouring gas on the fire. 0-1. Check swing. No, we did not go. 1-1. Makes it, do you think they taught this by the pitching coach? I don't know why they play around the box. It's more of a hitter. It's more of a pitcher propensity deal. You know, you're worried about this lineup. This lineup's been making some noise. Base hit out into right field. Level stroke. Scores the run. Awful throw in from right field. I mean, throw goes up the line for the catcher. Doesn't even come close. Our outfielders can't even throw a ball in. Julio couldn't yesterday, and now Canzone can't throw a ball in to get the fat bastard at home plate. The guy's 250 fucking... Jesus. What was that throw? God, I officially hate Canzone. I officially don't understand the point of this guy. A good throw gets Kirk there. A throw that's even relatively accurate gets Kirk there, and he throws it up the line 5 feet. Why is he out there instead of Robles? Oh, there's out number 2. It's not like he's at super depth. Like he comes in on a slow hit for it's. It's like he didn't think he was going to run home or that he had a chance to throw it there. And then he realized he could make the throw. And then he's like, oh, okay, here. And he just kind of threw it offline with it. That is awful by Canzone. Get out of this thing. Get out of here. Get out. Take his jersey off and get him out of the stadium. Six feet up the third base line as he's trying to make a throw at home plate. And he's right on the edge of the infield grass where he's making the throw. It's not like he's out in the depths of like at the wall. He's trying to make some Bo Jackson throw. Be the people first. I didn't know Brandon was a fat hater. I'm becoming one. Alejandro Kirk is making me one. Swing and a miss. 2-2. 2 men out. Blue Jays up 2-1. Jordan says that's one of the worst plays in outfield I've seen. They gave a run up to Kirk on that. Yeah, that's awful, man. That's not championship baseball right there. That's a pretty rudimentary throw for a right fielder. You don't even need a gun. You don't need like the big upper level cannon type arm to throw the guy out there. He just made a lazy ass throw. Bouncing it back to Wu. Wu gets it, gathers it, takes it over to Naylor. Runner in. Opening double scores. Not over, Vince. That's right. Not over. Right back. Ryan Dingle says, if our bats don't come alive soon, and I'm talking home runs, we're cooked. Yeah, we probably need a couple of dongs here to make this go. New Blacks, Kirk weighs more than Cal, laughing out loud. He's a big boy. He's very healthy. Very big boned. We're not supposed to get into them, I guess. Mars is lucky that they only give up one run with a runner on third. That's sport for you. Unplayable game 1-2, and then went into early hibernation. Kinda, yeah. Kevin Gosman's coming back out on the hill. Blue Jay manager trusts his starting pitcher. One earned run here through 5 innings. Jorge Polanco up at the plate. High, ball one. Dan, this is off topic, but the shape of Kirk is a little embarrassing for being a professional athlete with access to top-notch nutrition and training facilities. Seems kind of wild to me. Swing and a miss, down the dirt, out of the stone, strike one. Yeah, that's why I will definitely give, in regular life, I'm not necessarily going to go after somebody who's a little bit bigger. But if you're a professional athlete and you're fat, I am definitely going to give you a hard time for that because I think it's kind of ridiculous. You're already playing a child support and you can't manage to keep yourself in shape doing that with most of the year off. It sort of speaks to sort of an ultimate sort of lays. But hey, Kirk's making it work for him, man. He's got the power of the belly working in his favor. Who am I to question it? Who am I to question peak male athletic form? 2-1 to Polanco. BK's is a reverse sweep, but not surprise me at this point. No, nor me either. Nor I. Strike outside at the knees. Charles, why is it every time I come on here, whether it's football or baseball, all the people in the chat are always talking garbage and there is no actual fans in here? I don't know, Charles. We're in the stretch of just about to potentially lose our third game in a row as we seem to be on the edge for the first World Series in a franchise that hasn't been there in 50 years. So why are fans frustrated and never getting this World Series? I don't know. Does that not make them a fan and then showing that frustration? I guess so, from your perspective of it. I always love the people who come and tell people, other people who are the real and real are not the real fans. And it's always on the basis of whether or not they're ultimately being just 100% cheering on the team at every turn and not saying anything that's anything approaching negative. It's such a wonderful addition into our chat, Charles, as we're having fun discussion here and forth, and you come in with the turd in the punch bowl. Always welcome, man. If you as a fan are okay with losing, if you as a fan are like, no, when we lose, I think everyone should be smiling and happy and love that. No, when our team's playing bad, I think everyone should be just over the moon. Well, yeah, might not be the channel for you if that's what the expectation is coming in here, that's what we got to be doing. Oh, 1 count here to Naylor. You know, let me help out Charles. Let's help out old Charles. Naylor. Yeah, it's good, Charles. Here, let me help you out with that, by the way, buddy. Peace out. Peace out, bro. Happy trails. I'm going to let people know this right now. You walk into my chat with that kind of attitude now, I'm usually a patient guy. My team's losing 3 games in a row. You're out, and you ain't coming back in. And only I'm going to swing this band hammer, but peace. I've long said on this channel, I love these teams. I'm a fan like you guys are. That's fanatic. That works both ways. You love your team. You hate when your team loses. And if you're not that, if you're just going through on this sort of like, I'm taking some sort of like pill of no emotions in my life when I sing sports, then you're not in the same level of fan as far as how much you care as far as I do then. Obviously, you don't seem to care much if it's just, it should be happy, jappy, joy at every turn. Oh, my team lost. We're about to have a reverse sweep. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's hard to get banned here, but there's some days where you got to be careful when you poke the bear. And I've had about enough of people telling other people how to be fans. Don't tell me how to be a fan. I don't tell you how to be a fan. You want to be positive? Be positive. I won't ban you for that. But don't come in here and tell me what I got to do or what my people in my chat got to do. You can piss off. Be clear with it. I don't care on this. I've been clear with this a long period of time. There are plenty of channels out there that will go out there and wave pom-poms. You can go pick from them and go have fun over there all you want, and I won't lock you an inch. That ain't how I run my show here. It ain't how I'm ever going to run my show here. Don't expect it from me. Don't ask it from me. Don't request it. Don't bitch and moan about it to me. It ain't happening. I'm wired the way I'm wired, and ain't nobody going to change that. And you can take it or leave it. My people are going to be wired the way they are. Take it or leave it. You don't have to agree with anybody, but don't come in here questioning people's fans. Because you're positive doesn't make you a better fan. Doesn't make you more connected to the team because of that. In fact, I would argue at times it's that positivity that sometimes festers through this fan base that doesn't allow for the type of change to be driven to need to be happen in certain instances with certain teams. Not that there needs to be anything here. It's just that we're in the midst of maybe losing 3 games in a row, and that kind of sucks. It's not a lot of fun to watch that. So they want us to be here like freaking seals. Yeah, toxic positivity. I hate that stuff. You need to be positive. I'm with it. Being ultra negative is not the way to go. 97% of my content comes out of my channel is positive. But it's like that 3%, they want to be winding it on out and clear out that 3%. You know, that 3% is just a little too much. Well, tough. It's where it goes. And again, it's part of being a fan. Fandom isn't just that you are happy and everything. You love your team and you celebrate your team, but you're also, you know, you're going to be miserable when your team loses. I mean, that's what a fan's always been about in my area. I guess maybe the new fans are just, no, you just always even keel. You just, every loss, you kick it instantly out and it's like no thing. And then you're moving around the next and we're all good. Main says, you're the best sports streamer to me. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Main Street, Paul. I appreciate it, man. I trust in what I do. And I'm never going to be the biggest because partially I know I will never shift into this super positive way that some people would like it to go. I've done the math on that. I'm okay going this road. I'm okay if this road, the lesser roads, the lower one we go down, because I cannot do the soullessness of clapping my little paddles together and honking like a seal. That's just not me. Especially game day. We're especially going to be emotional on the day of the games, you know? Right? He's imagined Charles as a father. It's okay, kid. You've been in jail a few times, but I'm still a fan. You go, bud. Exactly. This is our 6th playoff appearance in 50 plus years as an organization. We've been pretty patient. And no matter what happens this series, as I've said multiple times here, even in turn over some tough things, as we got a 2-0 count with a runner on first and 2 men down here. Varland up the hill. Yeah, Megan, and I just want to be the only one moving the ban hammers here. I'm not looking to ban people out here, but catch me on the right day or the wrong day. Ugh, spit on his arm. "3-0. Runner gets his lead. Strike. New Black says, I barely watched Mariners since 2001, but would keep an eye on them and talk to my dad about them and watch every game this series, but I'm freaking pissed and can't imagine how much more hardcore fans can take." Agreed, man. I think that's the frustration. This 50 years of frustration. It ain't just like what we're watching in the moment. It's that 95 miracle Mariners team that comes back from 13, 14 games back to the Angels. It's the 2001 team that wins more games than any team in Major League Baseball history. You want it so bad. You want it so bad. And this team's on the right approach. And if it's not this year, I do think that they're on the right vector to get in there with the farm system they have in play and slowly starting to spend a little more money. 2 runners on, bottom of the 6th inning, 2 out. Strike. Low. Ball 1. Yeah, Jack, Charles is banned. You come in here and you tell me that you question fandom in here because of that, like that. I'm not afford to give anybody patience for that. And I've actually had enough of it. I have enough of people coming in here just I'm going to pop off and say whatever I feel like I get to say, and then there's no repercussions for it. You can say whatever you want to say. There will be repercussions for it, though. 2-1. Bouncing to the third base side. Easy play for them. He'll throw him out there at first base. End of the 6th goes down in the books. 2 runners left on, no runs. Mariners down 2-1. TX says, you're doing great. If you haven't played in sports, those people will never understand. I think that's it. And look, I was as passionate when I played as I am when I announce it like this. You would have seen me out there. I would have been like the Max Scherzer out there when it comes to like my mentality, whatever I played in whatever sport, hyper competitive. And I feel that even when I do this now, I want this. I want to see my team get this. Martin Breno, as far as I'm concerned, fans support their team no matter what happens, but they have to hold the team to account for bad performances and mistakes. IMO. I think it's a very fair approach, in my opinion, Martin. And again, in the fact that it's really is colored more often than not, everything that we do go live and talk about tends to be pretty positive on this channel. And positive because I believe it. I believe in what our organization is doing in Seattle with the Seahawks and where they're going. I believe in this Mariner team and where they're going, but there is the history into it. And again, you don't get fan without fanatic. That's where fan comes from. And fanaticism is not one that's driven in everything's glorious and wonderful, and there's no other flip side to that. Now, when we do get into a place where there might be some negative stuff, we're not going to dwell on it. We're not going to live in there, but you let it wash over you, and when you're in the moment of it, that's for sure. Right Angle says, it's okay, guys. We can wait another 20 years for the M's to make it to the ALCS again. Laugh out loud. Brian says, a fan gets the frustration. Look, the Dodgers are winning the World Series, but not a reason not to care if Seattle gets to the series. Yeah, agreed. Kibak, actually, fan was originally short for fancy back in the 1800s. Fancies were the people who knew boxer odds back in the day. Oh, nice piece of trivia there. Got to keep that one. That's eventually going to come up in Trivial Pursuit someday, I think. I would have sworn I'd read it was Fanatic. I'll go with yours. That sounds more right. Henry, man, as much as I love this team, we can't expect to win the games when you leave this many plays on the diamond. It's not going to cut it. Your luck will run out. I think you touched on a little bit where, it's the supreme frustration comes in here is it's not really just losing these 3 games. It's also that you've kind of lost these games with, things that you see a collection of moments within there that it just isn't just maybe couldn't get the right bat on the ball, had your pitch, just missed the pitch. It's a lot of bad throws from the outfield or a not base running error, but a base running call by the third base coach. Pitchers leaving things in the middle of the plate. Hitters not working counts, certain things that you feel like you have maybe a little bit more control over. This ball is going to be hit to second base, up with it, throws it out at first. One 0 count here, top of the 7th. Blue Jays up 2-1. Strike. 1-1. It's Springer in the foot. With the sinker, Springer goes down instantly. Jeez, he just collapses into a heap, reaching for his knee. Ugh, boy, that looked painful. Right on that tip of that knee, man. You don't see hits like that very often. His knee kind of comes forward when he swings, that back foot comes forward, and so that knee just kind of came into the pitch. It's almost like the knees coming in, both of them are coming at each other with a little bit of kind of adds a little bit of extra pain there to that kneecap when it hits. Fritz, is the pressure getting to him? Watching it get slowly choked away. The look, not excited to say the least. Honestly, the looks on their faces are miserable. It's a tie series, down only 1 run. I think it's been quite a shot of what the Blue Jays have brought to them from a momentum standpoint, and what the way that they woke up, and they came back and they sort of gave us their best punch here, and we have struggled to kind of respond on that. I think that I don't know if it's a choking away situation to me all the way through on this. I think some of this stuff is that's where that's just where to me the frustration comes in a little bit on this, where there are some things controllable here in this series. It wouldn't have maybe guaranteed here you're going to be in this or that you get the win necessarily, but it can help you a lot better when you're making smart decisions and doing things kind of the right way in the right fashion of it. Springer's going to go ahead and limp his way there back to the... Is he going to go to first base? He's going to try to walk it off. It's a tough dude. I think they might be running on fumes more than anything. Might be at that point, Big Country. I mean, that's the hard part, though, too, where you get the 2 wins in the series and everything seems like it's kind of clicking and running together a little bit. I think some of this, too, is just you're exposed on some of your... It's a lot of the stuff, right? It's like with all things. It's like a lot of different individual things, leading to where we're at here in this place of things. It's a little bit of, look, some of this approach is the baked in stuff you have throughout the season anyway, with having so many free swingers in the lineup. It's hard to sustain innings and hard to get nice long innings with base hits, and you're kind of holding on the home run ball kind of all times. It's just kind of the nature of how you're built a bit. And so when the bats go cold and you don't get the home runs, it's not going to be a lot of runs to be had. Yeah, I don't know why you would want to keep him in this game, but the way he's freaking limping here, you got to call that a day. I mean, he is barely able to put any kind of pressure on that thing. Yeah, you can hit that knee at the wrong spot there, and it's a variety of bad things can happen. You got all those ligaments in there, and it's kind of weird. You can have one spot on the knee that you hit, and it feels just fine, and there's no problem with it, and then you can kind of just bounce right back up, and then you can have like about a centimeter in another direction where you're limping like he is here. The Jays can replace him in theory. But this is obviously a big loss for them. I mean, he's been one of the more dangerous hitters against us in this series. Home double in this game, couple home runs. I mean, that's an important piece of their lineup here to be out, if it is out at this point. Ball. That knee's going to hurt tomorrow too. You think that thing's going to get stiff? Runner gets his lead from first. 1 out here. 1-1 count. Damn, ball's a dirty weapon. Yeah, it is. Wu-Tang says, I took one to the patella in high school and I didn't feel right for the entire summer. Yeah. You just get that wrong spot and you've got the bouncing ball here to Eugenio. He's up with it and throws him out at first. You got that knee, you've got essentially bone underneath some of those little ligaments in there, and you get little micro tears in there with some of what's in there too, because it can just go up against the knee where it might have a little sharp spot, hits it just right on the sharp spot or a semi kind of sharpish spot onto the knee there with it. Just snarly spot. It's part of why I don't understand what these major league with the football players, especially like receivers and whatnot, they don't do more of the wearing the knee pads, because they have the same issue when they come down on those knees just straight on the ground and there's no pad. And two men down, 2 runners on. Alejandro Kirk, this fat bastard, has been a problem all series long, remains so here today. Steps in. Wu trying to keep this close for the Mariner offense. First pitch swinging for Kirk, foul back. A 1 count. Bouncing ball here. Wu up with it. He makes the throw. Little offline. Naylor's able to gather it in, though, for that third out there. Nice job by Wu overall here coming in relief. Got the 1 earned run, but that's 3 innings of relief work here by your Mariner pitchers with just 1 run. I think that's as good as you can ask against a Blue Jay lineup like this that is so good. So you're giving your Mariner offense a chance here. Fortunately, Dominic Canzone's the first guy to play next inning. That's an Alejandro fat bastard Kirk. That's got a nice ring to it. It does. You know what he says when he gets up to the plate? Get in my belly! Alejandro, you can't eat the ball. Why not? Is it not Parcal? Is it not? Brent, thank you for the $5 donation, Brent. It's seize the moment, not seizure the moment. I just got off work, putting on mid-90s Taz M shirt. It's time. It's time to score. Beavis and Butthead say, yeah, time to score. Yeah, I said that, dude. Yeah, I got to go score right now. Got to get like 3 runs. I like to get like 5 runs. 5 runs is good. Yeah. I am Cornholio. Dick, this is micro tears lead to micro doses, is what I heard. Hey, man, it's all part of the recovery process. Aeon San, how come Canzone is still in the lineup hitting 095? He's stooping Dan Wilson's daughter. I don't know if Dan has a daughter, but I think if he does, then definitely Canzone's stooping her. Or he's got pictures of Dan Wilson at a furry convention. Half birthday suit, if you know what I mean. Okay? So there's your mental image. Dan Wilson, furry convention, half birthday suit, half furry costume. There's multiple pictures. There's angles. I hear there's video. I'm not really particularly sure all the way around on that one, but have you ever considered stand-up comedy? maybe this thing, if this podcasting thing don't work out, I pissed too many Charleses off. Because that's a good Beavis. Thank you, man. It's been a while since I brought out the beef. All right, Dominic, Big Stick Canzone up at the ball one. Megan Oxnest, how would Cosell feel right now? He would believe that this Mariner crowd is ready to spurn on the outstanding bottom of the 7th inning where the Pacific Northwest magic can begin. Just as soon as this Dominic Canzone at bat can come to a conclusion. Batted foul down the line. Canzone thought he had a homer, man. Thought he had a homer. Drifted a little bit down to the left, though. 2-2. Ooh, does Dan want a replay here? Ooh, no. Nice foul. Ooh, I've kind of said too, in addition to all the stuff we've talked about with this, the past 3 games of this series, the baseball gods may not be on our side with this one. You know what I mean? Like little drop-ins, little seeing eye singles, little cans of corn that find holes in the outfield. Little, when their Blue Jays are knocking it down the line, they're somehow or another able to keep it inside the line fair, and us on the other side of it, we've just been so close, just this far away. It seems like Mariners are going to try to challenge this, but I think this is more of a desperation move than it is that Dan really saw him and thinks he got the home run here. It's as close as you can come to a home run for it to go foul. Just inside the left foul pole, which in itself, I would think with Dan would be like an indicator, but there is the line going past the foul pole. Are they trying to, is he trying to, 2-2 count. That's not a home run. Good try, Dan. Let's see what you did there, though. Like I said, you mean his bat, nothing else, right, B? And he's got a half furry costume. He's at a furry convention, so it's, he's halfway into his process, if you were, Megan. Check, swing, strike. Shocker. Canzone goes down to a strikeout. Voice is choppy. My voice isn't coming in. Might have to refresh the browser. Something's going on with YouTube right now. Review, says Brian. Oh, okay. Couldn't blame Dan if he did do it there. I'd get it. Worth a try, huh? It's back. Yeah. Sorry if we're having audio issues. If you're in audio issues, it's definitely from the YouTube side. They're having some kind of something or another going on. Strike one to Rivas. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Yeah, you always love it when YouTube starts to go wrong when you're having playoff coverage. Me says, remember Angels in the outfield? They don't get involved in playoff ball, laughing out loud. I guess not. Strike. Good pitch there. 2-2 by Varland. Yeah, sorry about the choppiness again. I definitely know it's not on my side. Everything's broadcasting good from here. We got good signal. Everything's holding. It's just there's some issue with either YouTube or something else going on. Thank you, Megan. Foul back. Rivas. Another good bet. Another good at bat here from Rivas. He's been a minimum of 5 pitches in every at bat. Drew a walk earlier on the back of this. Staying tough. Just fighting off pitches, 3-2. Simogen says second night in a row that YouTube's been dying. Yeah, that's what makes me think it's YouTube too there, Simogen, is that fouled again. Nice job, Rivas, staying alive. That's what makes me think that the YouTube thing is at play here too with this, because it was happening yesterday as well. Sachi says it was sad to see so many Mariner fans booing Springer off the field when he was limping. That sucks. They're a frustrated crew right now, Sanchin. Everybody there in that stadium. This ball is hit up into the air. Easy play out there for left fielder Lukes. He'll come up with it in out number 2. ATT's dying too. I tried today, Simogen, again I got logged in on ESPN Simogen too to try to get that be the feed here for the background, and they will not let you turn that autoplay button off. You can turn it off in your settings and it's off, but then they won't let you turn it off on that little middle slider thing. You know what I mean? Swing and a miss. Julio went for a home run there. First pitch swinging, as he likes to do so. I think he's first pitch swinged 2 of his first 3 at bats here so far today. 0 for 3 in this game, bat and lead off for your Mariners. Ooh, 0-2, wild swing there by Julio on the first 2 pitches of this at bat. Come on, buddy. Outside, 1-2. Zachi, this reminds you of the Astros series against the Rangers. Home team didn't win any games. Very much shades of that. Yeah, just get on base, Addison, with Julio. Agreed. Don't have to get the home run here. Let's get some base runners. We just need 1 run carved out. Another knuckle curve. He's able to foul that. Bottom of the 7th. Mariners down 2-1, 2 men out, 1-2 pitch here to Julio Rodriguez. Swing and a miss. Julio's control of the strike zone continues to be very tough. Swung in 3 pitches. The 3 swing and misses on that account were nowhere close. They were nowhere in the vicinity of being a strike. He's just walking up there, just not looking for a pitch, just swinging from his heels every time. Practically feel like they close their eyes when they swing sometimes. Black says, imagine being a diehard Mariners fan, haven't been to the ALCS in 20 years, and they can't win a single home game out of 3 at home. Yeah. Mises hitters look like they're trying to pull everything. You're on it. That's one of the indicators that you can tell when you have somebody that's trying to basically hit home runs and not just put a level stroke on the ball and let's get this thing working. And that is that you see them trying to yank everything. And then they want to get out in front of the pitch so that they can yank it. And then the pitch, when it's sweeping past them with too much length wide, they can't get to the pitch because they've already decided they want to swing and they've already decided they're going to try to poke this out to left field and they're going to swing with all of their might to do it. The combination of those 3 things will lead to those big, bad swing and misses. And Julio's fine. I think, and maybe it's not the clarity there that I think a guy like Charles wasn't kind of understanding with this. There is we're frustrated the moment of this being on the end of a 3-game run and on all the stuff that's built up into the series and the long period of time the Mariners fans have had to wait to hopefully get a winner. We've all been in this kind of state for so long. There's that view of this, but there is also the other view of this, that this is a team that is in really good shape and that their fundamentals are set really well and that Julio's not broken or Julio's not a superstar. He's already in that place, to me. He's already arrived at that spot. And I expect his game is going to grow with time. And we can see that the big place that Julio's game's really got to grow, it's not a lot of different areas. He can do a lot of things at a real high level. But the one little place that's kind of holding him back, I think, in a major way from maximizing out his upside, which I think is understandable due to his age and how young he is going to be the better control of the zone. I don't ever think he's going to be a master at it, but can you be better at it? Can you have a little bit more of a fundamental plan when you come up to the dish that shows you're kind of thinking through what you're doing up there rather than just kind of being young and you got a fast bat and you can just swing it hard and let's go. John says, change the lineup, just have the same batting approach. All right. Spire gets a strike over here after falling back 2-0 to Dalton Varsho. Mariners are going to make the change here with Wu through just 2 innings. They're going to decide to move him out here. I might have just rocked with Wu for another inning there. This again feels a little bit early for me. Felt like Wu was moving along well there. Jennings says, Julio's been better this season about not swinging, and he decides to regress in the playoffs. Come on, kid. Control the zone. Yeah. Sachin says they're just going for home runs, like they're not trying to get a base hit. Yeah. Stands out, doesn't it? C-Lord says Blue Jays bullpen isn't exactly rock solid unit and still have a shot here. Hey, we got a shot. Still got 6 outs in this game to make something happen. Hopefully Gabe can keep this tapped down. Throw strikes, Gabe. 3-2 count. There we go. Knocked up into the air. Crawford underneath it for out number 1. Huntsman says, why did no one show up to play? I think Miller showed up to play for sure. But bats have gone ice cold, man. There's little icicles forming off the end of our bats when they walk up to the plate. Like they have to knock it off on their feet, and then you see little icicles fall down on the ground, a little pile. I don't know who iced him up. I don't know who put him in the freezer. This ball hit deep, 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 deep. Caught! Woo! Ah! 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 Thank the Lord. Randy Arozarena climbs up and steals a home run away from the top of the fence. I think that's probably going over, bouncing over if he doesn't jump up and make that play. That thing just kept drifting and drifting and drifting. Holy Lordy. Holy Lordy. What a play there. All right, ball 1. Ball 1. If you guys can for me today, please do hit that like button. Helps out the channel. I do appreciate it majorly. This ball hit up into the air. Lifted deep. Julio right at the edge of the warning track. He will reel it in there for out number 3. All right, well, Bullpen getting the job done here. 4 innings of work, only 1 earned run and relief of Bryce Miller, the Mariner pitching staff. You said coming into this game, this pitching staff through 8 innings will keep this Toronto Blue Jay lineup down to 2 runs. I think you would have taken that as a Mariner fan. I think you would have said, we got a chance on that one. I think we can get 3 here. Definitely a few feet from disaster on that one. I mean, you're having a hard enough time here thinking about just how you're going to get 1 run, much less go back and get the lead. Getting down by 2 at this point would have felt like getting down by almost 5. Who will step up? Well, the good news here is we've got Raleigh starting out this next inning here at catcher. He's going to be your first batter, so you're in the middle of your order. That's as good as I think you can ask for from that standpoint of things. Jordan said if Julio doesn't swing at that first curveball, he probably sees the pitch better next time, and then the pitcher has to actually hit the zone. Yeah, you're going to be this free swinging on stuff, and you're not going to show any kind of zone control. And in Julio's case, to me, it's really got to be, he's got to be as many people in this lineup. He should be the one that is really trying to lock in on a spot and look for a pitch in a place. And if it's not there, just kind of take it. And, look, you're going to get into deep counts, and you're going to have some counts where you're not in a great spot then to get a good pitch to swing at because they've been able to spot that slider in the account and get it on the zone. And, that stuff's going to happen. But you just sort of stay patient with it as much as you can. And, trusting that you're going to get your pitch. And then when you get it, punish them. I think it'll come better with time. This is where the seasoning of being a young player and learning. And, you do turn the corner on that. I think it's always a bit of a thing that'll be a part of his game that's going to be there, but it can get better in shades. Tang says, praise the Marine layer. Yeah, that Marine layer saved that thing. BK says, can we please stop swinging from our shoes? Yes, sir. Level strokes here. Level strokes. I think Julio's 24, Jordan. I'm sure Edgar's teaching it, but Edgar came from a different time and the approaches to the plate. You've seen these guys now, it's 2 strikes. There's no choking up on the bat, which Edgar didn't choke up on the bat, but Edgar with 2 strikes would much more be about working up the middle in a way. And it would be more about the line drive stroke and letting the pitch get into him a little bit deeper to deal with some of the late movement. And you see with the hitters here now, especially some of our power hitter right-handed guys, 2 strikes, they're just in there loading up to the hilt to try to kind of gas that thing up. And approach could be much improved in this lineup. And that's the long term as much as anything else that you look for the improvement from Dipoto's standpoint here as he goes in the future is finding a lineup a little bit more that's got ability to put that ball in play, work counts, not be so scared to get into the depths of counts, be able to fight pitches off, be able to draw walks. Hard though, because this is also where the game's kind of shifted away from that. Low, good job by Cal here. Quick 2-0 count. Anderson, did I miss anything last time I watched? Was the 5th inning? No, sir. Nothing really going down yet. Pitching's been really good. 2-1. Bats are a little cold. Cal gets into this one. Sends a nice ride. It's going deep. It's going back. It's going deep. It's going back. It's going deep. It's gone. Let's go. Cal Raleigh with a home run. Oh, baby. Woo. Come on, Cal. Oh, that thing was in the sky for so long. Around the world in 80 days. I think that thing up in the sky was in the sky less time than Cal's home run just there. That Marine layer took that thing and held on to that ball. Kind of looked at it, turned it around in the air, went, oh, he hit that one hard. Okay, let's put that out there in the seats. Whew, save us, Cal. 4th home run of the postseason for Raleigh. 2-2 Mariners. To live and die by the deep ball. Cal comes through. 2-0 count. Well, just what I'm talking about with Julio. Don't swing early in the count. Get to upside on the count where it's worked in your favor. He's got to send you a pitch. Look for your pitch in your spot. And then when you get it, do something with it. That's when you swing from your heels. That's when you take the shot at the seats. Not just 0-0 count, but when you work in your favor and you know what you're probably going to be getting from a pitch standpoint. Hell of a job there. 2-2. Jorge Polanco up now, takes inside. Come on, let's see if that gives us a little bit of momentum. Daniel says, I'm smiling. Charles, I'm a fan now. Low, ball 2. Misfit says, missed a home run by a foot and got a home run by 2 feet. Oh, baseball. That's baseball for you right there. Same inning, different sides. One guy misses by this guy. One guy gets by just a little bit more, and that makes the difference. This ball hit on the line. Sachin, thank you as well for subbing on up to the channel. Welcome aboard. Dumped in the seats, Brian. That was a moon ball is right. I think that thing passed on into the atmosphere right there. That was on outer orbit. 2-1. Nice pitch. Knuckle curve. Boy, he got that dropped in right at the honey spot at the bottom of the zone there. Blanco takes a ball at the plate. Tried to get another knuckle curve there at the strike at the bottom of the zone. He couldn't quite. Overthrew it a little bit. Fans on their feet. Nobody out. Bottom of the 8th inning. 3-2 game. Good check swing there by Polanco. He didn't go. Ball 4. Ball 4, let's go. Nice job, Polanco. This is why you stack this lineup up like this from Dan's perspective, to get these guys as many as bats as possible. Ball. Bounce low, no swing here. Naylor up the plate here. He's got a hit today, 1 for 3. Long single in the 4th. You'd take that again, wouldn't you? One. 1-1. Low. Ball 2. Naylor's got the count worked in his favor here a little bit. Let's see if he's kind of looking for something. Dominguez is up and working in the bullpen for the Blue Jays. Outside on Naylor, 3-1. If you're Naylor here, you're just taking all the way, aren't you? Excuse me. Mariner fans getting loud. Little comes set. Swing and a miss on the sinker there. Make him throw you a strike, Josh. Polanco gets his lead from first, 3-2. Outside, very wide outside, ball 4. And that is going to be that there for Little. He'll be taken out of the game here in lieu of Dominguez. But the Mariners have something working here. Nobody out. Bottom 8th inning, tie game 2-2. 2 runners on. Nobody out. Bunt. I've given up my hopes of bunting. I already said that I fully committed to you guys that I was going to stop with my old man shouting at clouds, asking for bunts with 2 runners on and nobody out and you needing 1 run. I've already said that I have to realize this. This is a new game. It's a new age. I can't be a man of the analytical time in a digital age. I got to update with the times. I can't be working off the wheel when everybody's working off the engine. I'm also guessing Randy Arozarena is probably not the best bunter. But we all can see with the potential here too, where you have the free swinger of Arozarena up there, right-handed batter, rolls 1 over, strikes 1 out, runners still stay there, at first and second. But again, I gotta let this go. Like I said, it's just the new norm in baseball on this one. We've even seen the Blue Jays try to bunt here a little bit, and they've not been able to pull it off. These guys just almost feel like as all the hitters have come together and be like, do you want to bunt? No. You want to bunt? I don't want to bunt. All right, here's what we're all going to do. And we all have to agree to this to make this happen, okay? Okay? Do we all get this? Yeah, I mean, we get this. What are you thinking about? Dig this. Y'all, we don't practice bunting. Like none of us. A little light hitting second baseman raises his hand and he's like, yeah, but I only weigh 160 pounds. What do you want me to do? Swing from your heels, bro. Swing from your heels. You'll get it there. Are we all in agreement? And like everybody in Major League Baseball was like, yeah. Yeah. I don't want bunt anymore. Sir Anthony Dominguez out on the plate here at the bump. Ball 1 here to Randy. I don't think you're going to get the bunt here. Oh, come on, Randy. 0 for 2 with a walk in the 6th. Outside, ball 2. Good eye by Randy in the early part of this at bat. All right, you got 2-0 count. He ain't going to want to put a guy on here. He's going to groove one up to you here, Randy. You want to be a free swinger? Fine. You know when it's coming down probably about the middle of Main Street. Anything short of that. Oh, he got it. He got the fastball right down the heart of the plate and swung right through it. Yep, that's the pitch right there you wanted. You knew you were going to get something tender and juicy. 2-1, still going to get potentially something tender and juicy here. Oh, we hit him. Hit Randy. He's going to go to first base. Base is loaded. Let's go. Base is juiced. Nobody out. The Mariner offense has all day been like Tom Hanks in Castaway trying to make that fire. Just no smoke, no smoke. And now finally we got some smoke. A little smoke. Hey, Eugenio up here now. He takes a fastball outside. Hey, Eugenio. They don't like to give you fastballs. He's down 1-0. You're just threw you on the first pitch. Look for another one here. Oh, he comes back with a sweeper. Good job by Eugenio to take that. This is good approach at the plate. Because that's a pitch that's in the middle of the plate, but you're just going out and you're going, look, if he's going to throw me the sweeper curve, anything breaking? No, I'm looking for the fastball. Now you come back a little bit more willing now to look for the breaking pitch here, 1-1. And that's what he does, and he swings and knocks it off the end of his bat foul. So now it reverses. Now it goes 1-2. Now you're up at the plate here, and you're thinking, if you're Eugenio, I'm definitely getting another sweeper here on that. He threw it for a strike. He got me to swing off of it, pretty far off the plate on this now. Eugenio knows he shouldn't have swung at that. Don't decide you have to swing on this. Make him throw you a strike. Good job. He does throw him another sweeper there and bounces it on in, trying to get him to chase again there. Two-two count, bases loaded. Game tied. Hits it up into the air. This ball will carry foul. Still 2-2. See, I think here you got to wonder. You got to kind of sit on the fastball, and then you got to protect defensively against the sweeper. You don't want him to let's try to sneak a fastball past you. That's what he tries to do. This one's hit hard. This one's hit going deep. This ball's going deep. Break out the rye bread, Grandma. We got a grand slam, baby. Let's go. Oh, give me those meatballs. Give me some of that homemade bread. Oh, yes. Yes, baby. Grand slam opposite field blast by Eugenio Suárez into right field. Oh, what a home run. What a time. Let's go. Give me that rye bread, Grandma. Give me that mustard, Grandma. It's grand salami time. Let's go. Woo. Woo. There we go. Give them something to life in the stadium there. Let's go. Feel the juice. Come on, Eugenio. Yeah. Let's wake up. Gino Quake is right. And you talk about put a good swing on the ball. Don't try to do too much with it. And sometimes even when you do that, you'll get surprised by a home run. So what's the approach? Is he trying to yank that thing? Or he allows it to get into him, allows the pitch to get into him when he's letting it get into him deep like that as a hitter, and you got 2 strikes? It's kind of an indication here. This is going to be hit out to shortstop for out number 1. It's an indication you're letting the pitch get in on you. You're making sure it's a strike, and then not trying to do too much with it with a very level stroke. He just hit it at just the perfect angle to send that thing out to right. But that's just, again, not trying to do too much with it and letting it roll with that pitch. Letting it roll with that pitch, you know? We sacrificed Charles for this one. Next game, we have to sacrifice someone else. Dominic Canzone comes up to the plate. He's 0 for 3, takes 1-0. Let's go. Let's go. Canzone meekly over to first base side, where he will gather it up and take out number 3. Gino definitely using the force on that one. Whew. God, that feels like a relief of just a building of pressure. We popped the zit, man. We popped that whitehead. Oddly satisfying. Let's put that on the Reddit page under oddly satisfying. This ball's hit over there to second base. This will be out number 3, but major damage done by this Seattle Mariner lineup. 4 runs. Scratch that. 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning to take a 6-2 lead. The Miracle M's aren't done yet. BK, you are the man. Thank you for gifting out 5 memberships here at the Hawks Nest. Justin Bright, Chris Olson, Larry Williams, Michael Myers, John Lugo. Thank you as well for being subs of the channel, but you guys also got gifted their memberships here by our man BK. BK, you're awesome for that. Thank you for doing that. So John, Michael, Larry, Chris, Justin, welcome aboard. And again, we're going to be doing a call-in show. So members of the channel tomorrow, I believe I got it set for 3 o'clock. I will send out the post again, if not tonight, early tomorrow. We're going to be doing a call-in show for you guys that are members of the channel. So please do Justin, Chris, Larry, Michael, John. Keep an eye on your community post, as that's where I post the membership benefits over there on that side of it. So you can take advantage over there in that way. But BK, you are the man. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over there. And guys, do keep an eye on that community post. That's where I do post those up. Let's go. God, it feels good. Jordan, I yelled so loud, my apartment or hotel style, so people are walking the hallway. Definitely heard me laughing out loud. I've lived that life before. What the hell was that? That's good where you're in Seattle, you know, Jordan, because then the other people around you are like kind of jacked up. They're watching the same game, and they're like, I know, man. I know. Ryan says Robles better be out there in the night. That Canzone's dead to me. Wu-Tang Financial. And first off, let's go with a big thank you again to BK for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go, BK. You are the man on that. And then we got a big old $20 donation here from Wu-Tang Financial. Thank you for the 20. I appreciate you for that, brother. He says, Ayo, Henio Suárez. Good vibes are back. Appreciate you covering the American League Cardiac Series. Well, I'm holding on, but I'm making it through, Wu-Tang. Losing a year or 2 off my life. A little more gray going down the side through each and every one of these games, but I'm here riding for you, man. And I appreciate y'all watching here. I know that this is normally a football content that we do roll with, but you guys have been so very kind coming in the house here. And I missed a call here from Maddie. Let's get a call from our man on the scene. Bounced up to play, 1-1 here for Munoz. Top of the 9th inning. Senor Smoke out on the hill here. Brian, Victor Robles is in right field. Dan's seen enough too. Low, 2-1. But thank you again, Wu-Tang, for the big old $20 donation, man. And it's been a pleasure to cover this Mariner team this playoffs. I'm having a lot of fun with it, even in some of the misery. This ball's hit hard right at Robles. He gets under it there for out number 1. Appreciate you too, brother, as well as being, I know, a longtime member of the channel in addition to that. Brent, thank you for the $2 donation. Your shirt worked, man. He said, I put my Taz M shirt on right before that inning. Brent, I'm not one to mandate it to another man what he needs to be wearing, okay? I'm not one to be a man to tell you that you need to wear this or you need to wear that. Strike, first pitch here, fastball. But this is going to be one of those instances where I'm going to feel free to tell another grown-ass man what he needs to wear. You need to be wearing that Taz shirt through the rest of this series, number 1, okay? I hope I don't have to explain to you why too deeply as to this needing to be the case. The second part of this, and it's maybe the most unfortunate part of this, Brent, is that I'm sure you're fully willing to wear the shirt again, but it's the understanding of the universal principles of the universe at play when it comes to this stuff, known by the grand designs of luck, will, mojo, whatever you want to call it. Different cultures have different names for it. 0-2 count here for Senor Smoke. Foul back. But a part of this rules, part of the cherished principles is that you don't get to wash the shirt. So you have to wear now, because you've made this happen, and I thank you for that. But now that you've made it happen, you have to wear it every rest of the games. This ball's hit up into the left field, lifted. Rosarena's underneath it, and that is out number 2. We are down to the final out, and the Mariners coming back with some life in this GD series. Let's go. So I need it every series, every game after this, Brent, and no washing. The spirit of whatever is on you today needs to be the spirit of whatever is then going to carry on you tomorrow, and hence so forth. So if this is going to be a long series, my man, I'm sorry, you're going to be smelling your own funk a little bit. You're going to be a little functified. You're going to be a little 1972 up in here, okay? But I need you to roll with that, my man, because you started this fire, okay? I didn't know about the Taz M shirt. I didn't know that there was a lucky shirt sitting in your closet that you were just like waiting to pull out of the magic time, okay? Now it stays on. Now it remains. Woo! 0-2 here. Bounces up the slider up at the plate. 2 men out. 0-2. Mariner fandom reinvigorated. Electricity back in the building. The power has been restored. Senor Smoke looking to put this away after Eugenio's big, great grand slam in the bottom of the 8th inning. Here we go. Bouncing back to Crawford. He's up with it. The throw over to first base, bounced, picked up by Naylor. Out number 3. And the Mariners, inexplicably, unbelievably, without almost explanation, as the momentum seems to be sliding and twisting and turning into the wrong direction, and hope seems to be all but lost. That it seems to be all but almost a no doubter at this point that the Blue Jays will take this series. Just as hope is slowly draining away and you're looking at the prospect of having to go get 2 more wins back on the road in Toronto, you take that freaking win and you say, no. Hey, Eugenio says, not on my watch. Not today. Not today. Let's go. Let's go. Devo Martzall, one of my longest running members of the channel with a big old $20 donation. Thank you for that, Devo. Devo, you are the man. Thank you for that big old $20 drop. Says, let's go. Some momentum again. We needed this. Boy, did you need this. You could just feel a little bit of the life being these 2 games coming in with the momentum. You just felt a little bit of this momentum draining away from you, almost without explanation, as you should come into this with, hitting the ground running. Engine turned up, everybody feeling good about themselves. The hardest thing possible to go get 2 wins on the road against this tough number 1 seed Toronto team. Maybe this can give them that life with this to now get you through to the final point of this series, because now you're 3-2. Now, Mariner fans, you are 1 game away. 1 game away from the first World Series in the history of this franchise. This close. This close. And the Mariner magic is still true, man. Even as it gets dark, even as it looks low, just go find a way. Make it happen. Find a way. And hey, Eugenio, definitely a guy that's been banged around at times for the strikeouts, the bad at-bats, myself included in that mix of it. But it's not been the same with him that you've gotten from some other guys in this lineup in this postseason, a Canzone or a Robles at times, where he's giving you some hits here and there. And he comes into this game, gives you the first home run of the game. The man supplies 5 of your runs in this game. He basically wins you this game with his bat. Great job by the top of the lineup there in that inning to get on base, to draw the walks, to not get too much into I got to win this all in one swing. Great job by Eugenio in that bat to work that at bat in his favor to where he's not 0-2. He's not defensively just swinging through the rest of the bat, trying to just stay alive and hopefully eke something out. But then to actually put a great swing on a pitch where he's waiting for the pitch in the right spot and then does something with it, opposite field home run. I mean, how many of those have Eugenio hit this year? Of his home runs, how many of them coming over to that right side in that way? Beautiful stroke on his part. Clutch moment for him in this game to come up in the way that he has here. And the Mariners One game away. One game away. Sports Talk with Julio Rodriguez, one of our main mods in the chat. If you get a chance, please do sub on up to Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. He does great work over there, and I thank you for the $2 donation, Jose. He says, I sacrifice myself for Game 6. No, we can't do without you here, Jose. That's too big of a sacrifice. It is going to have to be one of the lesser. We're going to have to go with one of the lesser ones. I'm sorry, Richard, that you had to be the sacrificial man. Just the energy wasn't right when you came in here, man. Sorry. It was a little off. A little off. Maybe I'll forgive you off stream and bring you back in the mix. See, Lord Bravos, I just had a quick check of the Blue Jays Today channel. Dudes there went into a complete meltdown, starting with the Cal home run to tie the game. I'd probably be melting down myself right now, so I can't laugh too hard. Megan, Hawks Nest, is that the Jorn Largent jersey of power for you and I? Exactly. You exactly know what I'm talking about. See, Brent, we've got this, what is good for the goose, good for the gander. I've got my own jersey rules with me too on that. The thing with us, Megan, is that we've had some, as evidenced by the opening game of the season here, number one, we our Largent Jordan jersey of power hasn't always been so powerful. So there has to be on a winning streak of no wash. There's got to be a continual winning streak, and then the no wash happens. If you're wearing the jersey of power and then a loss happens, well, then it needs to be the opposite, where then there needs to be a wash. It's like a reset button. Again, these are like rules brought up by God himself, It's like beyond me, It's way over my pay grade. I don't understand it. I just have to adhere to it. As does Brent on this one. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. Our teams just need to play on the road always. I guess so. Seattle teams are road warriors through and through. It would seem like that. It would seem like that. That's a big win there, man. 3-2. Go back now. Logan Gilbert on the bump. You could probably get into, you're probably going to have to rest Castillo at that point. Wu only went 2 innings here. Maybe you can come back to Wu again here if you have to. The catcher says, let's have it go. Let's go. Yeah, Eugenio stepped up today. He did big time. That's as clutch as it gets, man. Coming in with those 2 home runs in a game like this, where everything is so tough sailing. There's no wind. You're out there in the middle of the ocean. You're just standing still, no wind. Kind of waiting on. He comes around with his beautiful flowing locks, just locks flowing in the wind he was causing. Paul says, same applies with Seahawks jerseys. Got to rewear my Doug Baldwin for Monday Night Football. See, you understand this. You guys all understand this. Paul, you get this concept. It's the way of the universe. These principles have been at play from your daddy's daddy. Okay? They've been aware of it. They've understood it. No one's ever been able to understand the scientific thermodynamics behind it. It's just a principle that's real in life, and we have to adhere to it. And if you don't adhere to it, you might just cost your team a win. And if you do adhere to it, you might just bring about a win for your team, like our man Brent did, bringing out the 90s Mariners shirt. And sometimes you got to go deep. You got to go deep into that jersey well. But we all got one. I don't care if you're even one of those people I don't believe in that woo-woo stuff. I'm above that. I'm a scientist. I'm a realist. I see the world and what I can see and what I can measure. Even those folks, you put them on a lie detector test, they tell you, but I do have this, college shirt that, it's stupid. It's dumb. But I wear this college shirt wherever my college team plays, because when I wear it on big games, we've happened to win. Well, one of those things. And go, yeah, we all got one. We all do. Swedish in the house. What's up, Swedish? Thank you as well for being a member of the channel. My, oh my. Time to win the whole effing thing. Let's go get it. Why not us? I know the Dodgers look big and bad and unbeatable, but who gives a damn? Just get in there. Get in there, and you're playing with house money when you're in there at that point, right? And there shouldn't be any pressure. There shouldn't be any pressure right now. Everybody expected this Blue Jay team to win the series. Everybody expects the Dodger team to win the series. Go out there loose and free. Let it rip. Manuel Velasco. Oh, yeah. Jack Dong. MVP Suárez. You better believe it, Jack. Charles says, let's have it go. Woo. Let's go. Salute to you, sir. Oh, baby. $100 million extension for Suárez. Yes, and great win, one game away from the World Series. Probably the most dramatic victory in our history. Probably. To win. Love the fireworks going off around the Puget Sound. Let's go, Pacific Northwest. You let those fireworks off tonight. And none of you po-pos out there, I don't want any of the heat on anybody tonight. You let them have their fireworks, damn it. A home playoff win. A grand salami. Dave Niehaus looking down from the clouds. The silhouette of his face in the sky. Big old smiling grin. Ben says, this game was more like a war between two states. The founder of Starbucks and Tim Horton. Let's go. Brent says, the shirt's staying on. That's it, Brent. No washing it, man. Just hang in that funk. You'll be all right. Victory will be the counter to the funk. The sweet perfume of winning will overcome whatever self-funk you find yourself in. But also maybe not the onion dip sauce on game day too. Bit of both of those things, you know. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation. Says it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you keep getting hit and it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. Oh, wait, I got to do this in the Rocky voice, Jordan. Hold on. It ain't how hard you hit. It's how hard you can get hit. Yeah, keep moving. Keep moving forward. How much you can take. Keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Rocky. And that's right. It's oftentimes, can you fight that feeling of defeatist? It's just not our, it's not our day, man. It's not our year, man. Man, we were hot, but we just went so cold, and we're searching and like we're in the dark without a flashlight. Hands just, we can't find it. We've lost it. Oh, well, next year. Fight that urge. Keep at it. Keep grinding. Keep scratching. Keep fighting. You got time left. You can keep going. You got more bats left. You got more swings in those at bats until they've got you fully out, until the fat lady sung her song. You keep going and you go hard. And this Mariner team, for the flaws and for the beauty, both of which can sometimes be on bright display with them, and both can send you into the places of dreaming to the highest of heights and pull you down to the lowest of lows, and thinking that some of the things that you have as deterrents and detriments really hold you back fundamentally. But with all of that, there is a little bit of that sprinkled in magic to this particular Mariner crew. There's something there within that little bit of that Mariner team, and that came out tonight. And it may not come out in every single game. It may not be fully So-Do Mojo 1995, but it's still there. You can still tangibly feel it. And maybe that can be just enough, that pixie magic on the top of the back of this team, to usher them on into the World Series, and then who knows what happens from there. One more win, folks. One more win for the first time in your franchise history. You are in the World Series. Let's go. Ben says this Sunday, if we won, Alaska will cheer too. We'll be able to hear it, I'm sure. There's going to be a great Pacific Northwest that'll just be a lot of tears in eyes, a lot of grown man getting slobbery. It's there in all of our passion and all of our want. I can feel it in my chat throughout this game. You know, you want this. You've been long suffering for this. You've been waiting for this. So close. Ricardo, one game away, man. Ben says, I need to find a watch party in Alaska. Got to, man. There's got to be a bar up there that's got to be featuring it somewhere, near at hand, right? Ben says, by the way, I have a Jack in the Box Mariners antenna ball to watch the game. Let's go. J.O. says, nice dub. Nice dub, J.O. That'll do, huh? That'll do. Woo, me coming in over the top from the top rope with a $100 donation. Let's go, me. So very, very, very kind of you for that. And I know many times before you dropped a big time donos on this channel. Thank you so much. Do you think Springer will be healthy enough to play game 6? Also, let's have it go. Mariners! Let's go. Let's go, me. Those knees are so weird. And you don't know exactly when you have a ball that can hit the wrong spot of the knee in the bad place. Yeah, the thing I wonder about is that there's times where it's like the knee, it's not sharp enough to like cut through the ligaments or MCLs or whatever, but that's kind of, I feel like, where you get those tears a lot of times is we think about it like a guy plants and the thing gets too stretched out too far and so it snaps or it gets the tear. And I tend to think that there's also those times in there where you can have those moments where it hits it and it's hitting it the sharp enough angle on the knee that it can also kind of cause a little bit of, not again the full tear, but you can get the micro tear enough to where he's feeling it and he's limping along and he's heavily diminished. I would tend to think because he tried to walk it off and stay in the game that having an extra, especially not having to come back directly tomorrow, me, and getting the day off, that he's going to give a run of it and give it a try and see if he can, tough through it. Maybe you try to DH him on that day. And he was DHing today too. So you just keep him in the DH role where he's definitely not going to be out in the field then. But I would think that you could probably try to get away with that. And I think the Blue Jays would want to, and from the standpoint as well, but Springer's been such a integral part of this offense and what they've done in this series so far. And that would be a very major loss to have him out of that game. Especially if you're getting in kind of clinching. I think too, with this me, it has to factor in probably a little bit that this is the make or break a game for the Blue Jays on that, where there's potentially no tomorrow. So it's like, what are you saving him for at that point? If he can come out there like Kirk Gibson in 1987 for the Dodgers and limp his happy ass around the field, but still swing a good stick, I think the Blue Jays would do that trade-off if that's the trade-off they have to make. But let's effing go Mariners, me! Come on! What a win! Looked like this offense wasn't going to carve out 2 runs, much less get out to 6. Live and die by the home run, man. To live and die in LA. To live and die by the home run ball. It's tough living, but it's good eating when the plate is full. 3 dongs today. But me, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Very, very, very kind of you. For that kind of support. You are awesome. And you guys are always, in the chat, as just awesome as ever on the support to the channel. Really appreciate it. And I really appreciate y'all hanging with me on being willing to run with the baseball action here and talk a little baseball and be able to celebrate what's going on with our local Seattle team. As you guys can tell and you can feel in that stadium, and I'm sure you know from many of the people, even if you're not a baseball fan, just a Hawk fan, that this means a lot to this local Seattle fan base. This means a lot to folks that have been here riding along like myself since back in the early Kingdom days. And suffering through all that bad baseball, through all of those years of hopelessness, nothing worse than to take hope from a fan. And now we find ourselves right here on the edge. Richard says, total home runs by Cal, 64. 1 more than Bosa. Gino got his 53rd, I think. How about Gino coming in with 53 dongs this year? And Cal, MVP to me. I know they're going to vote the MVP prior to the start of the playoffs, and it's already in the books, and Aaron's probably going to win it because it's an East Coast award, and a lot of East Coast writers are voting on it. But he's going to be the MVP in my heart. He's going to be the MVP in my heart. How about the play, too, from Cal today? When you're trying to keep things limited down, you got the runner, you got the bases all juiced up. get a weird, gnarly swing. Ball lands up in front of first base, shows off that defensive skill he has, gets up out, gets over, gathers the ball in, steps on the bag, gets the nice throw over to first base. Also making plays out there in the field today. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I had $50 on the Jays. Not going to lie. Well, you paid the price for victory. You did the reverse. This is another thing that you can do as fans. Like, you can do that whole, like, I'll make sure that this is going to be a win for me one way or the other, so that if I lose, I'm still getting my team winning. I see what you did there, Jeffrey. Another very common tactic by fans. Very, very clever there. Very clever. It can work. I see you, Jeffrey. I see what you did there. I guess it's going to have to be another $50 on the Jays Sunday. Is that right, Jeff? Is this the equivalency of wearing the shirt again? Charlie says, been waiting for Suárez to do something, and then he popped off. He did. And he's not been quite as bad as some of the other hitters in this lineup in this series or in the Tiger series. You know, he's got the double back there in Toronto. He had the base hit last night where Naylor got thrown out, and that's not on him. You know, he was keeping the inning alive. You know, he's been a bit of an improvement over where those other guys have been, where it's just horrible at bats at times. Yeah. Eugenio definitely deserves the Gatorade bath on that. Brian says, watch party Sunday, Monday night win for the Hawks. That would be be like I'm in dreamland as a Mariner Hawk fan. Yeah, Dave, all smiles out there from heaven, man. He's looking down there, nodding, pumped up. Charlie the Unicorn, Suárez is a streaky hitter. If he starts heating up, the lineup is deadly and can win with anyone. As well, I think you touch on something that's a part of that I've been thinking in the back of my head with this too. And you're getting pretty consistent hitting from Raleigh. I know that Julio had a bit of a tough night tonight, but Julio's been pretty good throughout the course of this playoffs and pretty consistent. Polanco, Naylor. This is why Dan stacked the lineup like he did in this game, to give those guys more bats, because it stood out how much more they're getting some stuff done here versus the rest of the lineup. And then just if the rest of this lineup can find one or two other guys in there with a couple of timely hits through the course of these next few games, that will be enough with the production. You know you're going to get the top of the lineup. It's just that's the question mark, whether or not you're going to end up in kind of that full black hole phase as you get through kind of the middle of the bottom of the order. And just as Suárez being able to get a little bit hot right here, just one of those guys heating up a little bit more could make such a big difference to this lineup and lengthening this thing out a little bit, so that you don't just come to a dead end here on some of these rallies and some of these innings, and you're able to sustain a little bit of the scoring. Good lucky, 1995 ALDS, definitely the most exciting game. That definitely was the most exciting for sure. It doesn't get more on the edge of your seat. Extra innings, Randy Johnson coming out of the bullpen. Randy gives up a run. You're going into the ninth inning down by a run. I mean, so you're in extra innings down by a run. So you have your bottom of your bats coming up, and if they don't get a home run, they don't get a run at that point, that series is over with. And you're able to get Cora on I think a bunt base hit. Griffey gets on with a base hit, and then Edgar smashes the double. And that was that. He's smoking a victory cig in heaven right now. You bet he is. You bet he is. That feels good. Hell of a win. Gino's still an easy out. I wish Dave Niehaus was on the call. That would be cool. Will says, hey, B, do you have any words of wisdom for Cal Raleigh? I mean, he's doing a great job on his own. I don't think he needs much from me. The guy's just taking his game to a completely different level this year. And sad he's not going to be the Gold Glove guy this year with how he played behind the dish, because that's a big part of his values, not just these home runs, but you're going to go win a World Series. You're going to go be one of those teams. You need a great team. You need a starting staff. You need a lineup that's lengthened out where you don't just get by on one or two hitters. You need a bullpen locking it down. You need a closer. But I think one of the things you're going to need too, as you get through these series and these points, is you need your best hitters to bring home what they can bring home, and to not get kind of lost, and instead they step up in the big time moments. And I would offer Cal and Julio have certainly done that. Polanco and Naylor too, as well with that. And this is giving us a chance to knock on this door of the World Series. This is why we're here, is these guys stepping up at the right time of year at the right place. And it's wonderful to see. But Cal has come through time and time again this year. Had one of the most unbelievable seasons we've ever seen for any major leaguer, and certainly the best season for a catcher forever. Just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, he's one of those guys who has grown with time. You look back 2 years ago, and very much, if not more so at times, free swinging than Julio can be. And there's a guy that has kind of grown his game over the last couple of years and getting counts worked into his favor and getting him set up to go be able to look for his pitch. He did that tonight with the home run. And that just shows some of the growth and development in his game. This hasn't happened to him because, he got lucked into this year and he's just kind of swinging the same bat. It's because his approach has improved and he is locked in. Nah, man, nothing but just keep it up. Keep it up, man. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. Megan, ALCS need a co-sell wrap up. The Mariners on the edge of futility, on the edge of hearts broken once more. See their fans heads down, sullen in drifted misery, suddenly in a heartbeat, turn around in their fortunes to find not only victory, but a kind of shot in the arm that can take a prospective World Series contending team to the promised land. This is certainly one of the most exciting baseball teams I've had the opportunity to witness in my 75 years of covering baseball. This is certainly a team ready to take their game to the next level. He's hyped. Richard says, remember Dave Niehaus calling 21 Ks from Roger Clemens? He never lost his enthusiasm. No, sir, he did not. We have been very lucky. Niehaus, Gross, Calabro, Rabel, pretty good. Pretty good. Brian says, if we make the series, Marilyn Niehaus and her daughter better throw out her first pitch. I hope so. I would like to see it. I really would like to see it. Charlie says, whoever is the longest paying season ticket holder should throw out the first pitch if they make the World Series. Well, we'll have a few games here. I like all these ideas, though. These are all solid. Charlie says, so is it a patella injury under the kneecap? It looked like on the knee. But again, it's quite hard to quite say with the angle. It's one, as I was saying on kind of when it was happening live there, it's like it could be 1 inch here and it's like he kind of just has a night where it's a little stiff, puts some ice on it, comes back tomorrow and it feels fine. If he hit it in a way where it was sort of causing like a micro tear, because it just banged at that right kind of angle off the knee, it's sort of where it was a little bit sharper. That can be the one that that's the one where now it's like it gets hard to kind of walk on that and put a lot of pressure on it. And he was really struggling to do that, but it really is a variance here. It can kind of be on either side of it. And the fact that this is a make or break it game as we move into Sunday probably doesn't make it likely he's going to stand out. I mean, if you can walk out there, if I'm missing my foot, I'm walking out there for a elimination game. Addicted win on Sunday. Otherwise, Brandon's going to need to clone himself for Monday Mariners Seahawks Day. Yeah, that's going to be the sad part is if we don't get the win, I'm not going to be able to probably stream the seventh game because the Seahawks game will be going on right at the same time. Of course it will, right? Daniel said the Seahawks and Mariners play same time on Monday. You have to stream the Mariners game, right? But we got to get it done on Sunday. Unfortunately, I'll probably have to do the Seahawks game on Monday. because as much as it's definitely going to be a lot of people checking out the Mariners game, it's still going to be probably more people watching on the Texans one. But we'll be keeping an eye on what's going on. We'll keep an eye on the action and keep it updated. We're going to be doing on this week, Daniel. I've got Bryce Coots coming in. He's going to help me do the play-by-play. He's going to do the color commentary for me on Monday night too. So we kind of already set that up in advance as well. Jack Dong, Rusty Trombone Bar in North Pole, Alaska, should take care of you during Game 6. There we go. That's an Alaskan name bar right there. The Rusty Trombone. That's definitely an Alaskan name bar right there. Charlie and me's keeping the lights on for the Hawks Nest. You better believe they is. Did throughout this offseason too as well with some of those big old donations. It's very much appreciated. Pedro, will J-Love play on Monday? Everybody's kind of quasi-practicing Pedro. And Mike is very elusive about giving you anything approaching confirmation because, he wants to leave the opposition having it a little bit up in the air as to who they have to prepare for. You got to prepare for both the Julian Love tendencies and also Tayakata tendencies. And likewise with the corners on the outside, he's just hoping to make the job harder for the Texans in preparation there a little bit, but it also makes it harder to quite pin down whether or not those guys are actually going to be playing or not. I would estimate that you're going to get 1 to 2 of these 3 because they're practicing, but it's very hard with these kind of injuries because we don't know what's going on with Witherspoon, and with hamstrings, you've got to let them heal 100% before you usually can put the guy out in the field. And if it's not 100% with the bye week kind of looming, there is still that potential of saying, well, we could get 2 weeks on this one to make sure it's fully free and clear. Charlie says, who is the postseason MVP so far for the Mariners? I think I would give it to Cal Raleigh. Raleigh's hitting .333 with 4 home runs. He's getting walks. He's playing great defense behind the dish. I'd give it to Cal. Polanco's definitely as Jordan mentions, is in contention here. Megan says, I don't care if it's baseball or football beat. I ride with you no matter what, Hawks Nest. I know you do, Megan. I appreciate you on that. Wu-Tang says, hey, Eugenio hits better typically on the road, so let's hope he keeps it up. Let's keep it up, yeah, Eugenio. A couple more dongs here in a couple days will do. BK, maybe Cal got snubbed on the Golden Glove because he's winning MVP. I hope so, BK. Because this guy's just had an all-time season, and he's part of what's carrying us through this postseason. He deserves all the lauds and all of the all of the hardware. Addicted says maybe David Niehaus added some angel breath on those 2 dingers. Maybe. Hey, I like the thought of it. He went to God and he's like, come on, let me just have a couple, let me just a little blow here. He's already hit up in the air. God, just let me give it a little. God's like, all right, Dave, I get it. Go ahead. Will says, I'll let Cal know. I have him on Telegram. Oh, thank you, Will. Tell him congrats, man. Tell him the Hawks Nest Nation, Seahawks Nations got their back, and just stay locked in. Don't change a thing. Stay locked in. Have him tell Julio to take a pitch. Please. Quinn, my cousin's got a $100 bet with one of my uncles that the Mariners never reached the World Series. 1 game away from my uncle being $100 richer. Let's go. Let's go. Addicted Brandon, tip of the cap to Howard. Still wish you had Dandy Dawn in your back pocket. Loved your turn out the lights song the other day. Oh, thank you, man. Howard's still around. Dandy Dawn will come out once in a while here. YYC, thank you for the congratulations, man. Big time win. Big time win. Would have been really hard to go out there and get 2 on the road. Ooh-wee. I would not have looked for that. I look forward to that. What's up, Koken? Game 6 is in Toronto. Yep, next 2 games are in Toronto, potentially. Let's just finish this up on 6, right? We don't need to go any further. No further needed. Nice win. So big. Just feel like I can exhale a little bit. That was rough, man. Stephen Carter, I can do Tom Petty, Living on a Dream. That's our season. Living on a Dream. Let's go. Tommy says also, what's going on with our starting pitching lately? Not great. I think Kirby and Luis just didn't have their ace stuff the other day when they went out there. I think Miller was actually working pretty good in this game. Dan just kind of had the quick hook and sort of decided he was going to come in fast if there was any sign of problems. Working on a mystery. We're running down a dream. Robert, must win on Sunday. Put the energy out there. Sacrifice Humpty to Pumpkin. Gonna have to do what we got to do, man. Robert, got to do what we got to do. It's good to see you, brother. Got that dub, man. Got that dub. I will say, Tommy, we got to get a better performance here. And hopefully Gilbert can come out there and give you a nails performance here in that final game. We saw with this Blue Jay lineup, if you don't have your ace stuff, and then you not having your ace stuff also, that means you're going to be living in the middle of the plate. They can crank you on that. Got to be careful with them. Charlie says, before this playoffs, the series was predicted to go 6 games. Very interesting from Jason Churchill, I believe, on 710 a few weeks back. Maybe right on the button with this one, huh? George says, I like that Wu got some pitches in before the potential World Series. Now he won't be rusty. True. Got him a little action. He looked good out there. Thought he got the job done for the most part. Charlie says, can we get anyone else but Canzone in the lineup? Dude has done literally nothing in the postseason. I don't know how Dan can, and look, it'd be easier, I think, on this if Robles was at least doing something a little bit more. But Rivas gives you enough here in what he brings at second base on this, and I feel like he does at least a good enough job doing what other hitters in this lineup won't do, which is take pitches and work at bats and make a pitcher have to really work to get him out. I like keeping him in the lineup, and I feel like you got to go to Robles here and then just go back to Polanco at DH. That feels like the pathway here to me. I like you don't really see with Canzone what we're getting there. And he did just miss a home run out to left field today, and he's got some pop and power. It's kind of like you got the upside of what Canzone can bring if he's hot. Is it kind of outstrips what you'd have with like a Rivas, and his upside of pure potential, what he could give you if everything's rolling well with him. But, you know, Canzone got a seeing-eye single yesterday in the game, which is the only reason he's not hitting like 50 right now or 37. And that'd be okay too if not for the fact that bats are just so horrible to watch as well. Where he looks out of sorts. He doesn't look comfortable. He's not seeing it clearly. There's not a lot for you as a manager to base off of to feel confident rolling with that guy into this lineup right now with where he's at. Steven says, you folks get it. Love our crew. Love him, Steven. Love him. Tommy says, whenever Cal walks up to the plate, my mind goes to Alan Parsons' Project. I am the eye in the sky. Reminds me of the peak Bulls years, just intimidation. Players are like, F. You can see this Toronto Blue Jay pitching staff. One of the things that does make impressive, to your point, on him getting some power in this series and him able to actually get some home runs here. Blue Jays have been even more careful with Cal than the Tigers were in the last series. They're definitely pitching around him. They're definitely being careful. And to Cal's credit on this, not only is he waiting to get into account so that he can work and he's not swinging at pitches outside the zone, but then when he's getting the pitches that he can hit, and there's not as many he's getting throughout the course of these at-bats, he's punishing these pitchers for throwing the pitch, for giving him something that he can work with. And it's definitely been very helpful. Good to see with him that if they're going to pitch so far around you that you don't get wild swinging, that you take your walks when they're going to give it to you. I think Julio's done all over a good job on this. Today, Julio really went out of whack though with that, where he just kind of lost his measure on this, and he just started, especially the game went down, he sort of kind of turned into hero ball a little bit with Julio on that. And he's got to take the same kind of page out where these pitchers pitch you very carefully. And it sucks getting just the steady dose of constant breaking balls time and time again, and you get like one fastball every 2 at bats, and not fun. I can understand that, but make them throw you strikes. Don't be swinging at things that are 18 inches off the plate. Steven says, I go to small ball like I taught three gens. TBH, though, he was a shot from being nice tonight. Yeah, if he hit that home run, the night looks a lot differently, to your point on that, right? But some of this would be informed to me as a manager would be beyond just that one stroke here in this game. It'd be about like, well, how'd you look through the course of the game, and how have you looked through these series, and where are you at? And some guys go cold, some guys go hot, and sometimes you're only the reservoir guys you can call upon are a bunch of guys that are kind of coldish. And so, this is a place where maybe with Dan, it's not like there's a million great answers here for him to call upon to reach back to. And that's where, you could end up making a move. You could end up going to a Robles and come to find that the results are going to be exactly the same. And I think that some of the draw here too, of course, is that you're thinking with Canzone that you're getting him the lefty-righty matchup. You're getting him the advantageous setup here for him to go and be able to find success, at least to the tune of being kind of like a 200 hitter, with maybe some pop. We'll see what Dan decides to do there, though. He's got a little bit of a conundrum in front of him on that one. Charlie says, is 87 the new Mendoza line? Rename the Canzone line? I kid. They got the Game 6 ALCS. Got to trust the skipper on this one. Yeah, I think in overall, Dan's done a pretty good job. I like the thought process of stacking the lineup here today with the top of those guys at the front of this to get them some more at-bats. Desperate times, desperate measures. Offense not working through the first 2 games of the series. Let's kickstart this thing. I think overall he's done good. Maybe a little early on pulling some of the pitchers, but he's just trying to help where he can. You get the pull from Dan's side of it. Monday says, see you Monday my time. Let's go Blue Jays at home. I'll have to get some photos before the shop closes. Sound good, Megan. You have a good one. Appreciate you. Abby Prime, exactly what we needed. A win at home. We couldn't go 0-3 at home when the Blue Jays got back-to-back home games. Damn it. Our best hitters struggling in these series. They need to wake up. Wake up. Sunday, Game 6 to close out the series. Can't go to Game 7. Where is anyone? That game is too dangerous. I agree, Abdi. Get this thing closed out on Sunday. Shut this thing down. Don't let it go any further. And hopefully Logan can throw a gem. Wouldn't that be nice? Just go out there, deal like 6 innings and no hit, no run ball. Go get a couple bombs in the game. Bingo, bango, boom. We're on our way. Abdi, Brandon, is our pitchers and hitters. Abdi, I mean, this is where you're getting the best of the best pitching, and Gosman's a great starter, and you're not going to get a lot of runs in the playoffs. Things tend to be pretty tight in these games, and coaches are going to their bullpens earlier than ever, and so you're getting different arms thrown at you. Runs are hard to come by. And I think that with us, I think it's a part that we have to make our peace with this particular team and how it's constructed, in that we have built a ball club that is very homer run based. I think Julio, Randy Arozarena, Cal Raleigh, even Josh Naylor's gone a little bit more home run centric. He's still kept his average good since coming over, but he's even become a little more home run centric. Eugenio Suárez is this way as well. And so you are in a little bit of a live by the, die by the. You live by the sword, die by the sword. And I think they showed a stat earlier in this series that when Mariners hit a home run, they have a record of incredibleness. Like they're winning so many more games they lose if they just hit one home run. And it will probably remain the key for this series going forward. Is you're going to need a couple of dongs in these games to get one of these wins. It's not going to probably come on the back of a small ball where your guy goes out and gets a base hit. Another guy comes up, gets another base hit. This guy sends the ball into the corner. This guy draws a walk. This guy gets another base hit behind him after an out. It's probably going to be more of like, guy draws a walk, he had a 2-run shot. It's kind of just the nature of the beast on this one. And it's frustrating sometimes to watch, but it's also been kind of purposeful in the way that you built it to go this way. Tommy said they mentioned Gilbert might start. How do we feel about that? And I think it could go both ways, but kind of feeling it. I think he makes it to the 5th at least. Yeah, I think Logan showed you the other day. I don't know if he had his A+ stuff the other day, but even in Toronto, I felt like he was able to grind you through those, 4 innings that he got you. And he's got real good plus stuff. He can get after a lineup. With him, of course, it comes down to, he's another one of those guys like Luis Castillo, where it's really not as much about pinpoint control with him. It's about, can I work the top of the zone, and can I live in the top of that zone without them kind of catching up to it or getting a beat on me then when I am living up there. And that can be a little bit of a variance, as we saw with Gilbert this year, sometimes with him in that way. But he's got the power arm. He's got the strong stuff. He can get after this lineup. He's not going to have to get by just throwing, junk and trying to just spot every last little pitch at little exact spots, or else he's torched. So it's as good as you can kind of ask. And I would think that, you have at least maybe the potential of going to a guy like George Kirby if you have to here, maybe potentially. So I think you've got a deep bullpen that you're going to be able to call upon with the day off as well, if you got to go to that a little bit earlier, especially if you have the lead early in that game. Steven says, copy the fundamentals have stumbled for both teams. Yeah, it is a bit of the nature of the modern day baseball beast a bit, Carter, and I'm an old guy on it that it can sometimes frustrate me, but it's also just the way the game sort of changed in so many ways. BK, BC, you know what a sweep is? Oh, I'll give you. BC says sweep, see you in the World Series. Yeah, BC's a Dodger fan there. And he's got to be feeling himself. Dodgers up 3-0 on Milwaukee in the bottom of the 4th. Milwaukee's definitely going to that good night. Nick, did Brandon do a roundtable Week 7 preview today, or is my YouTube notifications just whack? They do we do the preview during the live show on Tuesday, but they do a clip of it, Addicted to Hawks, on like Thursday, Friday. They release it just to try to keep consistent content coming from the roundtable YouTube page, because we only kind of do the one show a week. I think by BC homegrown talent, they're talking about your farm system grown talent, right? I think when BK is talking about Dodgers with this, it's that you guys, and look, there's no salary cap. You can take advantage of this. I'm not faulting you for doing that. If they're not going to put a cap in, you can go crazy if your owner's got a lot of money. But I mean, you can, as a Dodger fan as well, be standing there and being like, yeah, it's not like we're not dropping 3-1 off of the team we might be facing in the World Series as far as dollar for dollar goes. And we're still bearing contracts on 10-year deals and pushing all this money down the line. This is certainly not a Dodger team that's been built in-house from its farm system, organically grown. I certainly wouldn't think you'd be making that argument. Again, there's no fault in it from my standpoint, but it also is pretty notable because you guys aren't just spending a little bit more money than everybody else. You guys are spending a lot more money than everybody else, which Dodger fans seem to be kind of sensitive to this on a few of them that I've talked to. And it's like, look, it's a significant portion of money you're spending here. The Shohei Ohtani contract was ridiculous. Jordan says the Dodgers have a couple of players from their farm, but like to act like they didn't pay for 3/5 of their team is ridiculous. I mean, it is. It's kind of that way. And again, it's not against the rules. It's not, but if you're going to be that team that does it that way, then at least own up to it and be like, yeah, you guys are right. Yeah, it's a $300 million payroll for the Dodgers. We're on a $100 million payroll. So they're playing 3 times more than we are for their payroll. And by the way, they've got those contracts to the Japanese pitcher, to Ohtani, where they've buried those deals out into like 10-year periods so that you have moved the numbers off of the impact of first, second, third year. And it's more going to be hitting on them until like 2040 or whatever. It's a significant difference. But don't fault them for it. I'm not down on UBC for it, Like, you'll probably get Paul Skeens too. You might get Scooble this offseason, and until Major League Baseball does something about it, it ain't your fault. It's there to exploit it, I wish my team did. Tommy, I love this team. Though. What a fun season. I honestly kind of like them more than the 95 team, even though that one will always be a core memory. It's like 2005 Seahawks versus 2013 for me now, though. I can understand that, Tommy. It's hard for me not to get off that 95 team just because of just being so young and how much they caught you magically. And that was a team that had no history at all of winning anything, not even flirting with the playoffs. So there was something about that team there. BC's, if cities want more stars to want to go there, they should produce more so they have ties to it. I don't think it's the ties to the cities of them growing up there that's drawing these guys in, BC. I think it's the checkbooks you guys are putting down monetarily wise, which is bringing them in. I don't think if we're looking at some other team out there offering another 3, 4, 5 million per year on some of these guys you're signing, that's going to be like, well, I'm from SoCal though. That'll win out over that. They'll go where the money is the most. And that's how it always is. David says, would you consider the Grand Slam by Mariners a top 10 Mariner all-time play? Yeah. Yeah, I would. I don't know that you get runs otherwise on that. You have the bases loaded there. You have the opportunity to make something happen there. But like we've seen us with bases loaded, nobody out and come away with nothing. No guarantees there. And I think beyond just getting the home run to seal the game, it was one that you just didn't have any real offensive momentum moving into that point. Cal got you the home run. Atlanta got the last home run, solo shots, but you're sitting there just kind of like, we can't find any life here. We can't find any juice. We're not really even challenging. And then to pull that moment could really maybe potentially twist the momentum here in this series, though. Who am I to really kind of try to figure out the momentum of this series, considering how it's twisted on a dime right as you think it's about to go one way to the other. Because yep, money talks. Look at the NBA. No one who wants to play for the Lakers. Yeah. And baseball, it's especially that where you're willing to throw more money at a guy, you're going to bring him in. Baseball players are definitely headhunters in that way. Don't blame them for it. Don't blame the team that pays them. It's completely within the rules. But Dodgers are definitely like pushing the line as far as they can on that one. Josh Hula says, to be fair, it's not like the Blue Jays were doing much better. It's true. Yeah, they were struggling to find some footing in this game a little bit too. They had a few more challenged moments for us. It felt like they were putting a little more pressure on us. Like they had the 3 straight innings where they had the opening double, but they, like us, did as well, struggled to play small ball at times. I think they had one guy that was going to maybe try to lay down a bunt, took a strike and tried in the second pitch and fouled it back. They definitely had their share of failures on this one too and opportunities on this one too. Just kind of felt like with us, Josh, I guess, when you look at like our lineup, sometimes it's just you have the free swingers, you have the lack of taking any first pitches, that we're going to swing first pitch, the lack of feeling like sometimes you're trying to control the zone or look for a pitch in a spot. And when I do watch a Blue Jay lineup throughout even the course of this game in this series, the thing that has stood up is that ability to kind of look for their pitch, not always do too much with it, put a little bit more of a level stroke time and time again on the ball, rather than trying to lift everything, and staying alive with 2 strikes. I think that these two lineups, there's a very big difference between the two. You get a Mariner down to 2 strikes, and it seems like they really do struggle to find that 2-strike stroke. And the Blue Jays just always can seemingly fight off those tough pitches one after another. Doesn't mean they'll get on base then when they do get the pitch, but just that they can stretch your starter out, that they can get a little deeper into the game on that. Tommy says, yeah, I was in junior high, and 95 was memorable for many reasons. It's one of the few things I remember from them. I blame Social Group and Alice in Chains. Hell yeah. Stink, stink, stink. Mariners going to get the F kicked out of them in Game 6, he says, just so we can choke in Game 7. It happens every year for all my teams. Well, as long as we're going to the World Series on that one, Stink, I guess I'll take that. Charlie says, live in the moment with the Mariners. It might take another 25 years to get back to the ALCS. And this is why I'm streaming today. This is a Seahawks channel, but we are streaming today as much as for any reason because of the fact that this is a team that's only been 6 times in their postseason, and that if we get in the playoffs, we're going to savor this. We're going to enjoy this. We're going to be here for this because we don't know when it'll be again. You never do. Monsu says Shohei Ohtani is literally him. Could have been. Could you imagine if we had made that run Ohtani a couple seasons ago, a guy that did want to come here, and what this lineup would look like with him at it in there? Raleigh, Julio, Shohei. Who's stopping that? I don't need anything on the rest of the lineup. Those three would be enough. Josh, as I hear you, they're really good at staying alive and they're more consistent throughout the game. Yeah. And it still is, I mean, to your bottom line point, back to you, Josh, on this. I mean, the bottom line is it didn't necessarily equate out to generating things for your team on today's with that approach. It's more of a as well one with me, Josh, where I feel like it is more of a sustainable approach when you are able at times in those two strikes to get into places where you can fight off the tough pitches. And it's not just you flailing and missing at a pitch that's 9 inches outside the zone. It's just one little small part that does stand out. I think the Tigers did a better job in this. And this is also a little bit, Josh, to me, of it just being, we have put together a kind of a strange lineup. We play in a pitcher's park and one of the most ultra pitcher parks in all of baseball, but we've constructed a lineup of power hitters and mainly at that, right-handed power hitters through the course of this lineup. And that's the deepest zone of the park. The right field is actually the shorter part. That's the easier part to hit out to. The wind more will go to right field than it's going to go out to left field. Left field, it's going to tend to kind of come in and knock it down a little bit. So then you come down to just you're free swinging and you're not getting defensive strokes and there's no small ball and it is very station to station of it's got to be a home run. And I think you've seen through this series in every single game that it's kind of played out that way. Right? Like we've got to get our dongs, and if we get our dongs, then we're good. We're moving on through. But if we don't, it can look a little bit rough offensively. And I think with your team, you can kind of do it both ways with the Blue Jays, where they can beat you with a home run and they can beat you by kind of just batting around the field a little bit. Seeing how did Kwame hit that shot, bro? I praise him forever. Great deal for your Raptors, man. Hell of a deal to go grab that guy for a season, bring him in. And, those deals never work. Sting. They never work. They always look good on paper. And then it's like, well, everyone knew that wasn't going to go. But you had 1 year with him, 1 year, one opportunity, and just kind of magically put it together at the right time. Goes to show you, some of these champions are built over a long haul of slowly building up to becoming the champions. Some are built on the back of a dynasty-like run. Some champions kind of come up out of the ether. And you got a good team, but just suddenly magic happens at the right time. You get hot, you get rolling, and you're able to ride that magic carpet ride all the way to the championship. Sting says, all right, good luck against the Dodgers, y'all. We still got to get this one, man. I see what you're trying to do. See what you're doing is a little bit of the reverse universal principle at play here, where you're like, the universe does this to us every time. So if I say it out loud, I'm neutralizing its effects. Well, now I've got to neutralize your neutralization. I see what you're doing. Tommy says also, what do you think of the lineup change Dan made? Nice moves or nothing burger? Nice moves. I'm not as much a fan of him getting to be so much of the short hook on some of the starting pitching here over the past couple of days, but I think the way that he's put this lineup together, I'm completely fine with. I don't know if I would have run out with another game of can zone. I think I probably would have tried Robles out there. But with that being said, it's very much in contrast, this lineup of those guys that are hitting and doing something at the plate and those guys that are looking lost in the sauce at the plate. And what you did today is you dropped the guys that are lost in the sauce in the plate down to the bottom of the lineup as far as you could get them to minimize the number of bats that they were going to have. And you maximize the number of bats of the guys that are doing it for you. And so I think this makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I would probably go with something similar as we go into the next game, to be honest with you. Charlie, Mariners got good vibes going. You know it. Stephen Carter, only watch the NFL because you are unbiased and welcome the whole sport. Give a complete you. Well, thank you, Stephen. I really appreciate that, man. That's always the hope of what I'm trying to do, is to not bring as much bias as possible. I love my teams. I am going to have biases built in a little bit because it's unavoidable, to a certain degree. Well, we had a guy earlier on the stream here lamenting a little bit of the realness by which we operate here, both me and with you guys in the chat, and lamenting that wasn't more just pro, positive. Everything's beautiful. Everything's wonderful. Everything's great. And I do that because of comments like you just mentioned here now, because I think that there's plenty of other people that stand on the other side of that fence who see the value in people being truthful and honest to them and who don't need to be gassed up. You know, you don't need me to hype you up falsely for something I don't believe. And I don't think there's any value to you as a listener or a watcher of my channel if that's what I do. And that's why that's a driving force for me to just lean into being honest. And that if I'm down in the dumps with you guys on a stream because something's going bad and I can't quite look past it, that you guys know why. And you know, that's how I operate. And that I'm a fan like all of you. I ain't on high. I'm in that same place of I'm a victim to my emotions within the sport of anything else because I love this sport. I love these teams. I love my city. And I know what it means for the city when we win and when we do have a champion. All those folks that turned out in the streets of Seattle after that Seahawks Super Bowl. The hunger that I can feel from a palpable standpoint in my chat every time I go live. And I just trust in that. You know, I know there'll be some that get skewed, not liking to hear it when you get too real with stuff, but that there'll be enough folks like yourself that go, yeah, no, this is what I want. I don't want the pom-poms. I don't want somebody BSing me. I may be right, I may be wrong, but you know I'm not BSing you. And I think that that's a thing where there's a lot of guys on there doing the content creation basis stuff where it's a lot of BSing. Tell you that right now. A lot of gassing you up. A lot of saying the things that I know are going to get the clicks or the views. Or I don't care. I've really dismissed all that away. I hope I get the clicks and views, not that, but it's just that I'm not going to let that be my driving force. And I appreciate that you recognize, man, because that's the goal, is the hope that in doing it, that there'll be folks like yourself that say, yeah, that is what I want. That resonates with me. Josh, not only are you unbiased, you're the most level-headed. Well, thank you, Josh. I really appreciate it. You guys are too kind. You guys are too kind. And always trying to improve, always trying to get better. But I love what I do. I mean, that's the thing that makes this just so great, man, is I get to chop this up with you guys, experience this together with my fellow Mariner fans. I'm not in Seattle right now. It's just cool to go live and do this anyway, but to be able to really relish this with my people like this. And man, it's so cool. Marinero is awesome, man. Donnie says, Hawks Nest, I love you cover the Seahawks. I love how you cover Seattle sports and not just our Seahawks. Thank you. Appreciate you, Donnie. Thank you, ma'am. It's an honor being able to do this with you guys. It really is. And that's something that I never don't think about every time I go live, is that this is such a special thing to be able to have the chance to do this with you guys and be able to be in the position I am. There's a lot of people who'd love to be able to do what I get to do. And if I don't say that enough, it's definitely something that's in my brain, that this is just a cool thing to be able to do this with you guys. And I really appreciate it. Charlie says, would a World Series be more meaningful for Seattle than the Super Bowl for the Seahawks in 13 or a championship for the Sonics in 79? Good question. I do think it would probably be similar to where we were at with the 13 Seahawks, and you'd have a similar kind of turnout in the streets, and the people would be at about the same hype level. There's certain parts of me that wonder at times if the Seattle has kind of shifted in the last 15 years to more of a baseball town. I think when it was there in the early 90s, we were very firmly rooted in being a football town all the way through and through. And I think that there's been a little bit of a change in that, and a bit of a slide to being more Mariner-ish. Still, of course, an unbelievable amount of Seahawks fans and all that. But I think it's kind of a 50-50-ish thing there, Charlie, on that, more in the slice there. But certainly there would be a lot of a huge contingent of Mariner fans that aren't necessarily Seahawks fans that have been there riding through on the struggles since into the 80s, that would be just over the moon and happy and excited in what they're seeing after all those years. So I think you got to think about with baseball too, is if you're a younger fan thinking about this, and maybe you don't watch a lot of baseball games, but you got to think about it too, to us older fans, you know, that were around just as you were getting to the beginning of the internet, and you didn't have a lot to watch. And so you'd be in your summers and you'd watch a lot of Mariner games throughout the year. You'd have Sunday morning when you're first waking up and it's a 10 a.m. game or 11 a.m. game or whatever, you know, and you're put it on, you watch it, and then you're going outside in the afternoon. And so it's not just that you've been through the years of loss and loss, but you think about that 162 game season. You know, you watched 100 games this year, fell short. Watched 100 games this year, fell short. You know, in football season, you're watching 16 games. You're watching like 1/12, 1/13 of the number of games that you do in baseball. So it's just that much more suffering, that much more of the tough times you have to go through extra long and how it feels because of those extra games that way. Tommy, thank you for the $5 donation, Tommy. I appreciate you for that. Just buying you a coffee. Appreciate you. Thanks for attending to us degenerates for so long, every game for every sport. Nice shirt too. Sodo Mojo. Well, I'm going to have to maybe whip out this same shirt here this next week on Sunday, because this thing worked out pretty well for us, Tommy. And I'm going to have to tell, like I told Brent, I told him he can't wash this thing. I don't think I can wash it either, but like I say, it is my pleasure. I am never thought doing this channel, I thought it'd be uploads and whatnot. Didn't think the live stream shows were really where we were going to do what we did. And I never thought that we'd have as cool a community as we do have. And so many people that understand what we're trying to do. And not only that you're all on the same page, and that we're not that we agree on everything, but we're on the same page, and that the spirit is in the same place. And what we're trying to look to, how we enjoy our sport, and how we watch the sport, and how we talk about the sports. But, it's a pleasure, my man, Tommy. I know you've been one of my longtime ride or die folks here on this channel. And that's the thing about it, is that we've had people here that it is like family. So you've been here for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Members that have been doing this for 55 months on their membership, and that we have people rocking with us for a long period of time here, and both the support and showing up. And you guys make this so very easy to do by how cool you guys all are on the chat. And how much you guys just make me every show. It's like a blink of the eye. We're just right through it, and 3, 4 hours go by, and it's like you barely notice. And it's you guys that make it that way. Appreciate you though, Tommy. Thank you, man. Think it's a Super Bowl #1, but very cool for the Mariners and fans to get the series win. Yeah, Super Bowl still a #1 for me too, but I wouldn't mind a World Series. Donnie says 27 plus years since I've been calling Pacific Northwest home. Amazing. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate you, Donnie. Charlie said, forgot to mention the 1991 UW Husky CFP championship. My mistake. That was a big one too. Another one of those just all-time type teams. I think it's an all-time college team, that Washington Husky team. Redacted, Brandon on point. Day 3 of TV channels. Days of 3 TV channels. That's right, man. Back in those old days, you didn't have a lot to watch. So, now you got endless options and endless video games, and you can go online, play video games. You can go out and endless stuff around to do in the local area. Back then you were limited. And so, you would watch those Mariner games a little bit more, you'd be tuning a little bit more, but then just that much more, a little bit of the suffering through those seasons, getting into September and it was already over. You're already kind of out of it. Makes you just savor what we're doing right now and where we're at right now, and get in the win today. And it'll have me smiling throughout tonight and through all tomorrow, that you're getting this now because you remember those times. You remember your heart sinking at the end as you'd start to come close. You'd remember being in 95 playoffs and it felt like that magic would never end until it did. Or the 2001 team that it could not be stopped. More wins than any team in Major League Baseball history. And then it was stopped. And now you find yourself right there on the edge. Miss Seattle, and Seattle sports keeps me halfway home. Well, my pleasure, Stoyan. Thank you as well for watching. I really appreciate you, and it's my pleasure, man. I got the greatest job in the world, and it is not a job, that's for sure. It's living the dream. Charlie the Unicorn, the greatest mistake for Major League Baseball across the board, chasing dollars but not having local games on free TV. Root Sports going under the same year the Mariners make a big run. Ironic. Yeah, you've got to think about growing your sport. And I think that football almost does this too well at times in having this at the forefront. And with Major League Baseball and sometimes with basketball, that they get a little bit into this feeling to me of like, we're hitting the cruise control. We're fine with what we've got. We don't really need to expand things. I mean, look at how Major League Baseball has really not done a good job of featuring its stars through the years to better grow its sport. But yeah, I agree. This is the lost opportunities. You want these youngsters and these kids watching these games and having easy access to these games. And the more eyeballs, the better. And instead, they're sort of like, well, let's chase the money on the front end. And well, how's that working for you? I think it's kind of silly a little bit, Charlie. And hopefully Major League Baseball looks to kind of get this figured out long term, because local games should be on TV. Let's get these young fans as impassioned and ingrained into this game as much as we were coming up, with all the distractions and possibility of alternative actions that they have to go do. Brian East says, Brandon, your efforts mean as much to us. This community has been a fabulous diversion for us elderly widowers who just want to cut it up with other fans. Means a lot to me. Well, thank you for that, Brian. That's just what I hope it can be for you guys in this place, is this open, great space that we can have just awesome interactions and test each other's ideas out, laugh, experience both the highest of celebrations and those lows of lows together. It makes it better for me. My mic keeps cutting out. So username, there's been something going on with YouTube here today throughout. It was kind of yesterday happening too as well. It's nothing happening on my end, I promise you. It's just so YouTube's having some sort of up and down issues for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what. But I appreciate you, Brian. Happy to be that spot, man. Happy to be a part of this community that makes this go. And it is you guys in this community that makes this go. If it wasn't you, not just showing up to watch, but the interactions and the keeping this thing rolling along, keeping the show always rolling along, you guys make it go in that way. And just being so cool and awesome every time we come in. And you all understand what we're trying to do here. We all know what we're trying to get through. We're keeping the emotions out of it, not trying to get personal with each other, even in the disagreements. I mention it a lot because it's so appreciated and it's so hard to find, I think, on this online world of things. Username, you're actually the best. I can't ever see the Seahawks game, so I always watch you. Thanks for everything and for Pumpkin. Well, I appreciate your username. Thank you for the note on the mic. Sorry about the issues today. The YouTube's having its share of little issues popping up today for whatever reason, and we'll see if we can get this figured out in the long term, or hopefully it's not my machine going on. But again, when I was kind of going to YouTube when I was live streaming, and everything seemed to be okay when I pumped over to it. But we'll see if they're having maybe some back-end issues. Brian says, so he says, I've had issues the whole time, but I've had some buffering and speed issues. It's my network's fine, so it's a YouTube thing. Yeah, I think it's a YouTube thing. I think they've had something going on over the next 2 days, maybe DDoS attacks or something like that. Something like that. Slobby One, do you think we take it home in game 6? I'm going to say yes, Slobby One, but this is like my Texans-Seahawks prediction for a win at home. I don't have any idea of really which way this game's going to go, and it's really a wish prediction. I'm throwing my penny into the well and hoping it lands heads up. So I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say you generated momentum at the back of this game that will be enough to boon you forward here, knowing you just need that one game, and that hunger for that one game and knowing what's at stake there will be enough to allow you to capture it. But watching this playoffs, game in and game out, I don't know what the hell is going to happen. If I want to be real with it. God only knows on this one. But you got a lot of the hard work done today to set the stage to give yourself a little room for error, but to also be able to close this thing out, which makes this win just that much bigger, to just go get that one at home at least. At least get that one at home. Josh says, I'm hoping we look like we did in game 1 on Sunday. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Locked in. Logan, have your best stuff. Lay it on the line, man. I want Logan Gilbert like Kevin Costner in The Perfect Game, that last baseball game he pitched in. It's one of the cool parts about that game with Kevin Costner, A Perfect Game, I think it was what it's called. It's a really underrated movie, by the way. But he's like one of those old pitchers that's been getting by on junk. He's a legend that's been in the game for years, kind of like Scherzer the other day. And you just come out there with that one last game in your arms. I wanted Gilbert to come out there and dialed up to the nth degree, laying it on the line. Let's go. Van City says, as a Jay fan, fire John Schneider. He choked. Van City's going through it a little bit. You're still in this, you guys. It ain't over yet, man. And you got to give your team props here, Van City, where you came in this 0-2. Would have been very easy to roll over and show your belly in this series. It'd be like 3 games at home in Seattle. Oh, I really felt like in all 3 of these games, your Blue Jays came out with a lot of fight. Maybe there's some issues to be had there with Schneider and how he's kind of managing things a little bit, but especially to the pen. But I would be pretty impressed with how my Blue Jay team has played in this series, coming back around like they have. It's going to take everything we can to get this. Slubby said we need another game 2. I'd take a game 2 as well. Fritz, can I say something? This crying from fans and Mariner influencers has got to stop. Which crying are you talking about, Fritz? Says, I'm pretty sure neither Dan nor Schneider will be fired. Yeah, I think both these guys are probably pretty steady in their games. Dixon says, yep, both teams showing some heart. great 5 games of ball. It's been a great series. It has. And disappointing as it was shifting, I think you're right. You got to give the props to Toronto on this. I don't think that we just as well to our side, I don't think we just came back home and we were completely lifeless and just kind of gave it up over to Toronto. I think Toronto came back in there and they came in hungry and they came in battling. And they took it to us in those first 2 games, They said, all right, the Giants kind of woken up a little bit, First is the celebrating emotional crying. I mean, it's a bit much. Maybe it's just me laughing out loud. I'm probably cut from the same cloth to that degree, Fritz, because I am a big guy on, emotions are going to run the day here, up and down. And I won't knock somebody for crying. I won't. I mean, it's hard for me to start taking that stance, Fritz, because I was just telling Richard in the chat earlier, look, we can't modulate people and what they need to be a fan or saying, well, you're not a fan, but I'm not a crier as well in that, I'm as emotional as ever, but you probably will never get me tears on a sport. But some of these folks, I'm telling you, man, they've gone 162 games deep. I had a stepdad back in the day, he'd watch all 162 games and not even on good Mariner teams. And it was just like, man, the commitment, I salute you, sir. I salute you. And they're finally seeing a game like this as it was starting to twist in the direction of seemingly almost on the edge of hopelessness. It's gonna bring out some emotions there, No, I get where you're coming from. I'm wired that way too, Fritz. This is hard to do, but I get people crying a little bit because it is like when it goes this long, it's one thing when it's been 5 years since you've been to World Series and you're like, it's just, 2015 was a long time ago, it was like almost a half decade really versus 50 years of your history, never even getting to the World Series. A little different play on that a little bit. So I'll be a little bit more patient with it, but I'm kind of like you on that where I'm not as much of you probably won't get me crying on sports. Maybe if I was playing in the game. Brian, he says, oh dude, the closest I ever came to crying was when the Hawks won. I might have had that. I was probably a little bit too buzzed in New York on that one. I found a Manhattan bar there during the Super Bowl that you bought tickets and it was an open bar. There's a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Tommy says, I knew this was going to be a good series. Hasn't disappointed yet. Wild momentum shifts, but they are on the macro level. I expect next game will be back and forth for a change. I could see it. Josh, I got a little emotional listening to Suárez' post-game interview on Fox talking about what that Grand Slam meant to him. Very cool for him. That's a guy that clubhouse favorite, fan favorite, a guy that's had his share of clutch hits through us for his time that he's been here in Seattle at both of the 2 stops. Part of that trade deadline that you made with Naylor and him to bring him in and to really inject in this lineup and help it out in a major, major way. And he appreciates it. He knows what this means to the city. It's not just a player hitting a home run. It's a player that's been part of this program that understands how much this fan base is so hungry for this, wants this so badly, how much they would celebrate them if they could get this and to perpetuate it forever. See, aloha. 808 says, if the M's win, I'll be crying in Osaka, Japan. I ain't knocking it. I get it. Fritz says, maybe this baseball team has just hardened my heart over 30 years. Well, I mean, there's 2 ways you go with it. Fritz, you eventually become battle hardened and you go, those emotions aren't helping me. I gotta just put them away. I'm only on the other side of them. I can't do it. I get that. I think there's a little level of that I've probably done in my own heart with this Mariner team. Where you get traumatized so much that you eventually get sort of that 1,000-yard stare and you're just, you've been broken one too many times. So I get it. See, the irony here, and you're not aware of it, Fritz, is that they'll get that win in the World Series and you'll be like, yeah, we got the win. We got the, we won. What's wrong with me? What's going on? That'd be pretty ironic. You're like, not me too. Not me too. Tommy says, Seattle sports fans know how to live on the edge of their game. We freak the F out when we dominate. Yeah, that's true. We don't know how to deal with dominating. It's uncharted territory. Addicted to our Pat Barnatar. I'm going to harden my heart. I'm going to swallow my tears. Great voice. That's right. She was a great voice. I love that song. Brian East of the NFC Championship against Green Bay. That would have been one, definitely. You talk about a game where you lost all hope, who enter. You talk about a game that felt like it was not set up for you to go get the win. That one was it. Joshua, whenever they say Dan Schneider's name, I picture John Schneider in my head smiling. I do too. I hear Schneider and I instantly go to John. Fred says, laughing out loud, the 1,000-yard stare at can zone as he swings at another slider. Shoot. I start getting the 1,000-yard stare as he steps up from the on-deck circle. I'm just like, oh boy. You feel it on the first swing with him too. It's like, don't swing, don't swing, don't swing. Swing! That's his internal monologue in my head as the pitcher's in his windup. Don't swing, don't swing, don't swing, don't swing. Swing! Seattle KO, so glad the Mariners clutched that out. Go Mariners, go Mariners. Let's get it. Tommy says, I think Russ had a concussion that game, but he only had to make one clutch throw. Indeed. And I do think that I've got the clip up on my channel of Captain Fantastic there, Clay Matthews, launching his head torpedo style at Russ's head, and he completely concussed him. Tough with Russ toughness was always underrated. And then come back and get a cover zero look, be prepared for it, call your audible, and then hit Curse over the top. What a game that was. What a game. I want to thank, if I can, the sponsor of this show, if that's all right, as we kind of wrap this big dog on up. I want to thank Sleeper. Sleeper right now, #1 sports app running in the game. They are running strong, and they've got a variety of different sports you can get on. Got basketball about to start up. Baseball's full swing. We're in the baseball playoffs right here. Combo together packages, packs and picks. Go over, under right now. Win yourself some money there. Or you out of fantasy? Is your fantasy team done for the year already? Maybe you had an injury like me to Joe Burrow and you're toast. Well, right now, you can still go back and recoup a little bit of that lost stuff there with that on that side of it. And today we had our picks out. We hit 2 of our picks with Raleigh getting a hit, with Miller having more than 2.5 strikeouts. Gosman wasn't quite able to ellipse 5.5 strikeouts as he only had 4. So he was just about there, 2 away. But right now, if you use my code NEST, they will sponsor you up to $100. They'll give you up to $100 back in your pocket, up to 100% on that first $100 when you use my code NEST on the Sleeper app. I know there's been some restrictions in the state of Washington, but this is supposed to be opening up for you now in the state of Washington. So use my code, get $100 from me to you, support the channel at the same time. We call that a win-win-win-win. Sleeper terms and conditions do apply. Do see their site for details. One other extra they have, though, is a $20 entry fee here, or $20 freebie to you just for creating the login. You don't even have to use my code. Just $20 in your pocket by creating the login in itself. And then use my code on top of it. That's $120 in your wallet from me to you through this channel. And again, you show some support to the channel at the very same time. But do please use Sleeper, as they've been so kind to sponsor us throughout the course of this year. I would ask if you guys could for me today, please do hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. We're going to start to put a little bit of a button on this one. If you got any last questions, feel free to ask it on through. For members of the channel, we've got a lot of new members, by the way, here. Please do keep an eye on your community post, as we're going to be doing a Saturday call-in show tomorrow. So if you want to call into the show tomorrow, do please keep an eye on your community post here. If you're a member of the channel, as anybody's free to hop on in there. I think we're going to be doing it at 3 o'clock tomorrow or so. So keep an eye on your community post. That's where the membership benefits get posted out to, and there'll be some more coming down the line here for you guys in very, very soon. Digital Cadence, thank you for subscribing up to the channel. I appreciate you for that. Tommy, sorry I'm a little bit behind on recognizing your dono there. I didn't, oh no, I did get that one there, Donnie. Sorry, Tommy. I thought I might have missed that one. But yes, so we will be back 3 o'clock tomorrow. And yes, we will be back with the Mariner game on Sunday, hopefully to see them close this series on out. The Supersonics Boom Shakalaka, that hit by Matthews was so dirty. Russ really did take a beating in Seattle, but dude always bounced back. Boy, did he ever. And yes, it was. And in the clip I have on my channel on the shorts page with Clay Matthews, he's fully admitting to it. Like, he owns up to it completely. Where he's like, yeah, I tried to concuss him. I tried to dirty him up. It's the conference championship game. I'm that kind of guy. Addicted Brandon, catch you on Sunday. Please give Pumpkin and Xena a pat on the head for me. Got to catch up on the roundtable videos. Go Hawks, go Mariners. Hey, thank you for that, Addicted. I will indeed. They're going to be, it's victory salmon tonight for the kiddies. Victory salmon pate for the kiddies tonight. Tommy, love you. Massive games all through Monday. Chance for a statement for Seattle sports. Positive vibes. Positive vibes. Let's get this one out. We could see ourselves through one hell of a great time period here in Seattle sports, to your point, where we don't get a lot of these moments. We don't get a lot of moments. We got a team in the playoffs. We got another team winning games, looking strong. Husky team looking good. Kraken doing pretty good. Everything rolling well right now as far as through the town goes. So let's keep this momentum going. Let's close this out on Sunday, set the stage for Monday, and have ourselves a good couple of days here in Seattle sports. Jose says uno más. One more. One more game, Mariner fans. You have been waiting 50 years. Long summers, Dave Meavhouse's voice through a Sunday afternoon as you're gardening and getting things done, or you're in the house cleaning up, listening to the game in the background, checking in here, checking in there. Heartbroken year after year, 80s, 90s, 2001, when you were so sure we had it, we were there. And 20 years from then now, 24 years from them now, of bad baseball, not spending money, team not ready, farm system plunged to the depths, not much to offer on that. But here now you find yourself on the other end of the scale, where things are looking up, where this team has come together, where this team has earned its opportunity to be here, where they took this number 2 seed at the end of the year away from the Astros, said this division will not be yours this year. It is now our time. We are stepping forward here. And you went at this Toronto team in this first game of the series and took those first 2 games and kept that momentum game. And they got a little bit back now. But all the opportunities are right there in your hands from a Mariner fan standpoint, from a Mariners standpoint. Get this win, get to the World Series, anything can happen. Dodgers are a juggernaut, but it ain't no certainty that they're going to take it just because they happen to show up there in the stadium. Go get this dub. Go reward this fan base that you could feel in that stadium and through these 3 games absolutely could, that they are hungry for this, that they want this, that they will celebrate this. And if I was just talking to any Mariner player out there here in this next couple of games and what you have an opportunity to do right now, to turn yourself into a legendary status, to be a person that's revered in this this town anywhere you go, that you never pay for a drink again. You're talked about in that kind of way, that's what's there for you right now. So realize that opportunity. Don't get nervous within it. Don't get shaky within it. Don't let that be the guiding force, but instead let the guiding force be the greatness that you could assume by taking this and getting this home. You got it up the driveway. The garage door's open. All you got to do is just park that sucker in now. So let's park this on Sunday. Let's go get this win. Let's go see the Seattle Mariner team go to its first World Series of its history. And it'll be a hell of a celebration at that. I thank you guys for watching today. Hit that like button if you get a chance. I would really, really, really do appreciate it. And as we finish up here, let's do one more little thank you to the other sponsor of our show today, which is going to be TickPicks. TickPicks right now has been sponsoring us as well here. If you're needing some tickets here coming up for a Seahawks game coming up into the future, or any tickets at that, this is the app that you want to be using for that. Is they not only get you the actual best seat, but they get you the combination, the best seat at the best price with different options. So you can make sure you're not getting raked over the coals with the pricing. So let's give a little bit of a finish up to this with TickPick. Big shout out to them for sponsoring the show as well. And we will be seeing you guys here on Sunday. I don't know about you guys, but one of my biggest pet peeves is hidden fees when it comes to buying sports tickets. A little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. Oh, sorry, sir, just one more surcharge. Why can't the price I pay be the price I saw listed? If only there was an app where these fees didn't exist. Which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, TickPick, a huge shout out. With over 20 million downloads, TickPick has you covered. NBA, NFL, concerts, festivals, you name it, they got it. TickPick provides the lowest prices, guaranteed. Oh, and no fees. What you see is what you pay. The NFL's in full swing, the NBA's just around the corner, and Major League Baseball playoffs are in the thick of it. Now is the time to lock in the best app in the game at finding you the right ticket at the best price. I love using TickPick. Last year, I was supposed to go to the opening game of the football season with my buddy who was also bringing those tickets, but he bailed on me at the last second and I was left to scrambling. I thought I was going to be up the creek without a paddle, but I fired up the TickPick app, was able to find a really nice seat by utilizing their high seat rating, which just looks at the combination of price and seat quality to get you that best bang for the buck. And I was able to go to the game and experience an incredible game at that. TickPick has your back. Each ticket bought is backed by the buyer trust guarantee so that you can trust your seat is legit. And of course, I've got a code for you guys. When you use code HMA, get $20 off your first set of tickets with TickPick on a purchase of up to $100. That's $20 off any tickets when you use promo code HMA. Make sure you click the link in the description section to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. Thank you, TickPick. Thank you again to TickPicks. Thank you guys for watching. Beyond all else, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks! But especially this next Sunday, better believe it, don't you ever forget. Ride or die, we're rolling, we're confident, we're feeling good. Let's go get this win. Don't you ever forget also, go Mariners.